Hey, Jeannie. I'm not, I'm kind of very under the weather, so this will not be a typical live at all. But I was just listening in on this guy's live as I've been sort of like recovering and stuff. And I've been listening in for about an hour, I think. And I'm just really loving the discussion. So I thought I would, instead of listening to it while I'm sick and recovering alone, I would selfishly hold a very boring live where we steal another person's content and have them be entertaining on my behalf. And we can basically capitalize on the fact that he is in good spirits and able to talk. By the way, to people in the comments, you can thank me now for adding that black 50% opaqueness thing at the bottom. See how you guys are all able to see the chat? Because I added that little screen at the bottom. See, I think about you. I think about you. So I thought I'd go live. Again, I'm out of it. You're not going to have normal me right now. Shut up, Katie. You're not going to have normal me right now. I am just sick and recovering. But let me give you the idea of what's going on here. Basically, this guy who I've never heard of before, but so far I like him. His @ is no politics Dan, and I don't want to like take his audience. So feel free to go over to his live. And that's why I put his @ up there. But he is talking about the Unf America live. And he is someone who hosted a panel where basically Alina, whose username I think is Alina Mina, joined and had criticisms about the Unf America tour, and Dean joined. And apparently, after these criticisms, which we're listening to right now, what we're listening to is a live. He's live right now playing a recording from 3 weeks ago. So Dean's not live right now. That's the recording. And it's kind of Dean talking to Alina. Dean saying, here's why this tour has benefits. And Alina is saying, here's why it doesn't. And apparently afterwards, Dan here, this guy, got a lot of flack. He alleges from Alina's community, basically saying that they were being misogynistic towards her and were being oppressive towards her. And Dan decided to host this live in order to correct the record. And I'm listening right now, and I have empathy for both sides. The Unf America tour, I've seen all the lives that people are talking about it and all that. I didn't really feel like there's any purpose in me hosting a live on it, so I'm not going to host a live on it. I'm just stealing this guy's live while I'm recovering. But this guy, his perspective is that the tour is not perfect, but how is it not a positive thing overall? And it seems to be Alina's perspective is it has a lot of faults and therefore it's a net negative. And, I think what the larger live is about, even though Dan has not stated that this is the purpose, the larger live seems to be about the idea that the left is eating itself, that the left is so thirsty for perfection that when we find an imperfect liberal or an imperfect person on the left, and by imperfect, I don't mean that they're overall a good person, but they're overtly racist. Oh, wait, he's summarizing it right now. Listen to this.
The disgusting comments about Alina. Have we seen disgusting comments about Alina?
This is Dan talking live. Okay, he's about to go back to the video again. But why I thought this was interesting is
super racist.
See, whatever user just said perfection should be what's strived for no matter what. And I agree with that. But that's the thing. Perfection should not be demanded. What you just said was perfection should be what's strived for. And I kind of judge liberals and leftists by whether or not they are someone who want to be better. To me, a good person is someone who wants to be better. And if you do bad things along the way, I'm not going to have those bad things negate the fact that I know you, or I have faith that you don't want to be that person, if that makes any sense whatsoever. And so, in this situation, Alina's primary. Emma, I saw. Emma, you got blocked. You or Alina, I'm not really sure. And so I am. Alina's primary criticisms before Dean joined were that this tour should not be led by two white guys. Once Dean joined, and that, Dean is racist and that Dean had said racist things in the past. I'm of the opinion as a white guy, I don't get to say that that Dean has made amends or Dean is not racist. I don't get to say that. But Alina was saying that Dean has not made amends and that Dean is still racist. And then Dean joined and the criticisms changed. And Alina seemed to be more focused on the fact that it needs more representation. And people turned around and said, yeah, it does need more representation. Everyone agreed with her point, but they were saying, that makes the tour not perfect. But is it not still a positive thing? And it seemed to be that Alina basically had the opinion that no, it's not a good thing, net positive. And so, I personally, I don't even want to opine on it myself at this point. I think I'm really just interested more in how the left is treating one another. And in my opinion, when it comes to people on the left who have takes that I don't agree with, I'll be very honest with you. There's a lot of you people in the comments who I know what your positions are, and I don't agree with you on a lot of stuff. I really don't agree with you on a ton of your positions. And I don't agree with you on a ton of the way that you guys approach people. I don't. But I don't care. I know that the good faith is there, right? The people who I will cut off are people who are liars and people who I think actually don't want to be better. And people who I think attached to that category are people who are basically trying to use politics or talk about this kind of thing in order to amplify themselves instead of a message. That's where I draw the line. Alina, hey, I saw you join. And so Alina draws the line somewhere else. And Dan draws the line somewhere else. And I just think it's really interesting hearing that leftists have all these different standards and these different lines, and that we don't seem to respect that about one another. We don't seem to respect that, that it's not necessarily a bad thing to have different standards and different lines. So, for example, if I have someone who's a black creator who I'm a mutual with, and that black creator says, you know what, or no, but more common, one that's more relatable to the community here based on what we talk about. If I have a female creator who's a mutual, and that female creator does not want to in any way interact with men, or panel men, or center men, how am I going to get upset about that? I'm not going to agree with that position in the sense that obviously, hey Dan, how are you doing, buddy? Dan, we're just listening in, buddy. I don't want to listen to myself. Feel free to continue. But Dan, I actually find that your live right now is really fascinating, and I think you're raising a lot of questions that I have struggled with myself, and I've really been entertained and interested in your perspective. So please keep talking, Dan, so I can hear what you're saying rather than you hear what I'm saying, buddy. And I've really been entertained and interested in your perspective. So please keep talking, Dan, so I can hear what you're saying rather than you. Dan is playing me right now in his live.
I was just told that you were talking about the live. I don't know if it's,
I think Dan thought I was talking negatively.
So just curious.
Yeah, totally neutral perspective, Dan. I think Dan thought I was talking negatively. Yeah, totally neutral perspective then.
Okay, you're cool then. We're gonna keep going. I mean, you're cool either way. You can talk negatively too. It's just I'm a chismoso, so I wanted to hear it.
Got it. So I don't know why he thought there would be negative. No, Dan, not talking negative. Genuinely interested in the discussion, and I think that what you're having over there is a good faith discussion. I don't know why he thought there would be negative. No, Dan, not talking negative. Genuinely interested in the discussion, and I think that what you're having over there is a good faith discussion.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna X out of your live. Okay. All right.
All right, thank God.
I don't know who that guy is, by the way. There's people in the chat saying he's problematic. If that's the case, then fuck him. I don't know. I don't know who that is at all.
Fuck him. What? Where did that come from?
Okay, where were we?
That seemed really mean and unnecessary. I don't know.
Fan of Irish. He is just block him.
Oh, I'm reading the comments. The comments are so mean.
Okay.
The comments are so mean. Oh, this is so hurting my ego. It's better you don't know who he is.
Second delay for both of y'all was hilarious.
Let's keep reading.
Okay, but like, let's play Jackbox.
I trust chat, and that's how I get a bad reputation.
Trust chat though. Okay, listen.
He's bad about grape culture and sexism. Oh, this hurts so much.
Just let you know.
Oh yeah, you can go ahead and block Blake. He's been antagonizing me in your comments since before the election.
Oh, and now there's people over there saying Bobby is awesome. Irish, not so much. That's weird.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but that, like,
No, that's wild.
absolutely disgusting.
I do like, though, that everyone who's saying I'm not a big fan of Irish
when she says in chat, anyone saying W or L is missing.
all have like 100 followers.
I think, I don't know if I agree with how it started, but I think where it's going is super.
It's almost like your opinion doesn't really matter to me. And so, all right, now we're getting back to what Dan was talking about, hopefully. Irish, are you neutral? Am I neutral on what exactly? On what he's saying? I'm really enjoying the conversation so far, Nicole. So when you say, am I neutral, can you ask a slightly more specific question? Am I neutral on what? I just met Dan right now. Dan is as bad as Bobby. Oh, shit.
I know chat has been kind of losing it, but wait. Someone just said something.
Dan and Chris are just as bad as Bobby. Oh, well, I don't know anything about. I genuinely don't.
Someone said Alina's in Irish's live. Is that true?
Bad as Bobby. Oh, well, I don't know anything about. I genuinely don't. Dan, you're listening to my live again. Why don't you just join my live if you want to pay attention to me? Oh, well, I don't know anything about. I genuinely don't.
She could just come up in this live if she wants.
Dan, you're listening to my live again. Why don't you just join my live if you want to pay attention to me?
Well, I just want to. I'd like it if Alina could just explain why she.
Alina's not on my live.
That's all.
Alina, do you want to join Dan's live in order to have a conversation? Because if not, I'll simply tell him right now that you do not want to join his live. Alina, do you want to join Dan's live in order to have a conversation? Because if not,
She doesn't.
I'll simply tell him right now. Oh, Dan, if you're saying that she doesn't want to join your live, why did you make the invitation? Like, respectfully.
Alina's in the chat on Irish's live are already saying Dan loves to harass women.
Well, Dan, if you're saying that she doesn't want to join your live, why did you make the invitation?
Because it was
respectfully.
Well, I was saying that because I'm predicting what she's gonna say.
I don't quite understand that explanation, but okay.
They're saying it up there that Dan loves to harass women. We were not the instigators. We were bullied, and I'm fighting back for my community. What you're doing is cry bullying.
Dan, if you can explain, like, what exactly do you define as bullying? What is it exactly you're saying Alina and her community did that was bullying towards you, that you are concerned enough about to bring up?
What
exactly do you define as bullying? What is it exactly you're saying Alina and her community did that was bullying towards you, that you are concerned enough about to bring up?
I just said it.
But can you be more specific? Like, what exactly did people say? What exactly did people do? Have people tried to get you fired? Have people doxed you?
100% rate by recommendation from somebody in my chat.
But can you be more specific? Like, what exactly did people say? What exactly did people do? Have people tried to
My
get you fired?
sentence is not. I'm getting there. Okay, so I rated Erica. Alina says, ew. That's the first response. Then one of Alina's friends says, I bet Dan's community is not going to talk the shit that they were talking last night. Then, when some of my community defend themselves and say, what shit are you talking about? Like, she says in response to one of my community members, well, I'm Erica's good friend, and you're not welcome here.
Okay, Dan, that's not
And that was
bullying.
that I made all those memes.
Dan, that's what happened. Like, Dan, that's not bullying.
Okay, Dan, that's not bullying.
Dan, a person basically said you're not welcome in their space, and or they don't like you. That's not bullying.
Well, then you guys can believe. I'm just airing out the receipts. If you guys are cool with her gatekeeping another creator,
A person basically said you're not welcome in their space. And
it's not her space.
That's not bullying.
It's her friend's space.
Her space. She's talking for a different.
I understand. So if Erica has a problem with what Alina said, I would trust Erica to bring that to Alina. You don't need to speak for Erica, right? You're criticizing Alina for speaking for Erica, but you're now speaking for Erica.
I would trust Erica to bring that to Alina. You don't need to speak for Erica.
I'm not speaking for Erica. I'm speaking for Dan and Dan's community.
But you're now speaking for Erica.
Okay.
Can you respond to what I just said?
Me at the start was that it was criticism of.
Oh, he just dropped me. Oh, he just dropped me?
I respect your opinions. I watch you when you whatever I can. I watch you. There's so many.
That's
difficult to just watch other live videos when you go live, but
weird.
that's why I brought you up. But like when it's
That was a fair question. He's basically saying, how dare you tell Erica what Erica wants, while also telling Alina that Alina should not know what Erica wants. Like, don't get me wrong, and Alina, I see you in the comments. Like, this is a good example, and I think I've shared this with Alina directly. That like Alina and I do not have the same approach, right? Like Alina, don't mean to disrespect. I think Alina is like anti-man, and so it's hard for me to feel safe around Alina. But like I fuck with Alina because like I get why she's like that. Like I get why that would be her position. I get why she would not trust men. I get why she would have an aversion to men. I don't like it, obviously, because I'm a guy. But I get it. I'm not going to be resentful over it. I'm not going to be angry about it. I'm not going to feel like she's personally attacking me. It's just her general belief based upon a lived experience. Like, how am I going to be mad about it? I don't like it. I don't like that if I'm in a live, Alina may turn to her friend and say, don't let Irish up. I don't like that. But I wouldn't go host a live about it saying I'm being bullied because Alina told someone that I'm not allowed, that I shouldn't be allowed in their lives. I would go live and explain why I disagree with Alina, maybe, but I wouldn't call it bullying. I would simply say that Alina brought this issue to the public, said that this was a major issue. Here's why I don't think it's a major issue, and you all can decide for yourself. I think he's right for doing that. I've got no problem with him doing a live. It's a little odd, though, that he is calling this bullying. It's not bullying. So I don't really understand that at all. Am I still neutral? I mean, if that's what he's calling Alina's bullying, like I had heard that Alina was basically, her whole community was bullying him. And it's like, I've been bullied on this app. I know what bullying is. That's not bullying. I can understand how rejection can feel like bullying, but it doesn't make you a bully. Like, it doesn't make it bullying just because it feels like bullying. Like, you feel really defensive. Okay, I get it. You feel rejected. You feel prejudged. Okay, and? Like, I'm not going to be upset if a black person prejudges me because I'm white. I'm not going to be upset. I'm going to be sad. I'm going to be sad about it. And I'm going to feel maybe misunderstood, or I'm going to feel sad about it. But I'm not going to be angry about it, because like, how would you not understand why that would be happening? So I don't really, when you say am I still neutral, I thought Alina maybe held a live on this issue. I thought Alina maybe put backdrops up saying that Dan is ugly, or like, put backdrops up saying that Dan is ugly, or I thought that Alina did raids to REPORT, but if that's what he was calling the bullying, I don't really understand that. I really do not understand that at all. Like, this feels kind of more petty from his standpoint. Now, Alina, I'm not sure I fully agree with you on the UNF America tour. To be very honest with you, I do think that leftists are really, and I consider myself a leftist, but like, how do you know what to label yourself these days? I really do think that people just love to pick apart and criticize, and especially people who aren't doing it themselves. Personally, that's what I think, and I think any attempt to push back is a positive thing. So, like, I don't agree with your take, but I also wouldn't take your take personally. And so, like, just to be super clear, I'm not doing this because I'm Team Alina. I actually started this thinking, oh, this is an interesting conversation that's happening as it pertains to Alina, Dan, and Dean talking about what is the right type of advocacy. Because it's something I think is a really interesting discussion. It's a really interesting question. It's something I've struggled with myself. Like, when we held that live last year, and we basically talked about Tashika being upset about the way that Parker and Dean acted at Jubilee. I fully understood where Tashika was coming from, and I held that live not to call out Dean or Parker. It was for me to basically say, I don't know exactly what it is what the right way it is for a white dude to advocate is. I think it's a really difficult thing to figure out. And so I started listening in on Dan's live specifically because Dan seemed to be addressing that question, and he seemed reasonable as he was going through the receipts. But the fact that he went live immediately streaming me thinking I was being negative, and the fact that he defined bullying as Alina saying, ooh, ooh, I don't really understand that. That's a bit of a red flag from my perspective. So, Emma, Irish is so much deeper. What part is so much deeper, Emma? Yeah, because like obviously I don't know all of what's going on. I mean, Sprinkles, I asked him twice because I was like, there must be something more that Alina did. And like I assumed like she was like asking people to go to REPORT him, or was telling everyone to go after him or something like that. I will agree, as I was listening to the live so far, I didn't see people being misogynistic towards her. I didn't see that personally. And so if he felt as though being called misogynistic was wrong, okay, go live and correct it. Like, what the hell? Like, it's not that deep. I don't think it's like that's what you're upset about. Like, I get called a grapist on this app. Like, like I just feel like pick your battles a little bit. How do you guys know I joined? Because they're always watching whoever joins, Dean. So, like, I don't know. I'll be honest with you. I think there needs to be a real discussion amongst people on the left about the distinction between a call in and a call out. And I think we have to understand that doing call ins are usually best when it comes to people on the left when we've got criticisms. Not when we've got like overt issues like someone who is being explicitly racist, someone who is being explicitly homophobic, someone like I think you guys know my line is when someone is being a liar. Those things I don't think are things you massage out, right? But when you've got like a criticism of Alina saying ooh, I don't know, maybe DM her. Like, All right, and if not DM her, maybe just like let it go. Like just I don't know, let it go. Like it's just maybe I'm just used to people on this app talking shit about me, and he's new to it or something. Like maybe that's what it is. But like someone saying "ooh" is like a hourly occurrence for me when I join a live. So I don't really get it. I really don't. Anyway, you need the real whole story. Whole story about what? Look, the thing that I've said, when Alina just said people make fun of me all the time, here's the thing I say all the time. I'm not doing call out lives moving forward. I'm not doing call out lives moving forward because the amount of hate and the amount of negativity I receive is overwhelming for me. But what I've learned about from that is how it must feel to be part of an actual marginalized community and the negativity and criticism and hate you must get on a regular basis. Does that make sense? Like, holy crap. I feel like the more that I get attacked and the more I get dogpiled on, the more that I get called out and the more that my life is made to feel miserable, I just constantly am reminding myself that I still have it lucky. So therefore, how bad must it be to be someone else who is in a more marginalized status? And it sounds like he wasn't able to take someone saying, ooh. I just don't understand it. Like, again, if Alina held alive saying, Dan, you know I've been extremely sick. I just wanted to go live to listen to the discussion that they were having about the... I find it interesting listening to leftists basic having about the... I find it interesting listening to leftists basically trying to talk to one another about what is good advocacy. And, you know, like, I think, you know, I don't agree with a lot of people. What is good advocacy? And, you know, like, I think, you know, I don't agree with a lot of people's way of advocating. I don't agree with Mac. Mac advocates in ways and on points I don't agree with. But I don't, like, go after her. Like, I don't agree with. But I don't, like, go after her. Like, I don't know. It just feels like people don't understand the diversity in how it is we advocate and the diversity in how it is we advocate the diversity in voices, the diversity in approaches, the diversity in ways in which we try to communicate to one another is a good thing. Is a really good thing, right? Like, I don't know why having that many voices is necessarily a bad thing. Unless you think someone is doing more harm than good, and unless you think someone doesn't want to be better, then I just don't really get it. I really don't. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to listening to his live. If you're in here, guys, because you think there's gonna be some sort of like fight or something, guys, I'm out of the call out game. I can't do it anymore. This live was not to call out Dan. This live was not to call out Alina. This live was literally just to listen in to how leftists talk about one another and how it is they try to advocate for different causes. And also how I just feel like I just feel like part of the issue is like I don't like when we all spend more time attacking one another and not the right. It's annoying. Oh, we're listening more.
I'm a good friend of Erica, and you're not welcome here. That is the personal attack. None of your criticisms are personal attacks. In fact, we agreed with a lot of your criticisms. This is not about not being able to take criticism. This is about you being a bad person and you not wanting to get called out and then pretending that you're the one being bullied when you started it.
Alina got called out for saying ooh.
This is what's known as cry bullying. I'm showing it to the internet because you will not attack my community without pushback. Okay.
How did she attack his community?
Having a whole live to attack a woman is misogynistic. Her being a bad person has nothing to do with her being a woman.
What did she do besides say ooh?
what was it, like 25 universities to talk to a group of anywhere from 500.
All right, we're listening in.
Like young minds, and I think that any type of disruption to that like ecosystem, a pushback to said ecosystem, are like very important and honestly really productive.
Okay. Also,
I can already tell. I'm not even looking at Irish's chat, and I know the Alinists are saying that I'm an unsafe person because of the way I'm speaking.
People say I'm unsafe.
I'm going to say this one more
Don't
time.
take it personally.
If you misrepresent the facts and you attack my community, I'm going to be upset, and I'm sorry. I'm not going to. I'm not going to coddle you when you're the one that did this.
Why do I want to go over and join his live now?
Now victim blaming. You attacked my community, and I'm just showing you the receipts.
How did she attack your community?
Dan.
hi, Johnny.
Oh my God, this is a beautiful panel. Oh my gosh, first off, Dan, looking stunning. Alina, I never get to see you this late. I see Dean, I see Chris.
I know, I
Chris,
have jury duty
Eddie.
morning.
Oh, see, Alina and I are like,
I'm on
morning
murder
people.
trial, y'all.
Like, what are you doing? It's late. I just got back from
Look,
Miami.
I'll say this. Attacking your community, I do understand that.
Really quick. I don't mean to interrupt, but
I would need to see how she did that.
We would be a cult just like MAGA. Keep the panel up for crab day. I don't know about that one, but thank you so much for the $2. And for anyone that isn't following any of the people here, please drop a follow. We are live Wednesdays and Saturdays, 7 p.m. Eastern, usually doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. So if you like this kind of content, drop a follow. So despite everything, I'm going to say this again. Nobody from my community is going to DM, is going to harass, or is going to report anyone involved in here.
Okay.
In this live. Okay? That's number one. Number two, this live has nothing to do with Erica. Erica is an amazing person, and please, please, please do not bring her into this at all.
Well, hang on. Alina, did Erica approve what you
Thank you so much
did?
for joining. We're live on the main account, Wednesdays to Saturdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, doing live political debates, political discussions, and fact checks. This is a non-politics account, which I reserved for things like this that don't really have to do with politics, but
Emma, who else did he attack, by the way?
you're gonna call it performative now that you're watching, even though you started with a disclaimer. Yeah, I've said that disclaimer like 7 times at this point. Woman of the Millennium. I don't think Alina's a bad person. I think we're all just very passionate about these topics. That's what I thought after this, right? Like, I disagreed with some of her points, but I recognize that she's very passionate about the topic. That's why I said I don't care that she interrupted Malik. It's when you say, you criticize Dean for not raiding black women, and then when Dan raids a black woman, and it's called performative, it's hit with ew, and his community is hit with, you are not welcome here. I am giving my judgment as a person.
That's not bullying.
She's either a bad person, or she's has her priorities out of whack, or she's just misinterpreting what's happening in real time. I don't know. I mean, Trump supporters do it all the time, where the open borders, they're all flowing in. Like maybe it's like that. I just don't know what else to say. I'm not going to hold my tongue when my community is attacked.
Wait, what is he talking about? Attack?
Do one plug in the night, and we can get back. Sorry.
Someone tried to rape my mom. What are you talking about attacked? This seems like so soft.
Because I didn't want to come up here completely clueless. I did go to the website and I saw.
Oh, now I'm really wanting to go over and join because now. So Emma, that was you in the comments the entire time?
Would be talking with him directly. If you're not, that's fantastic news. I mean, that's amazing. I could throw it back to that news, but I'm just a little confused on that.
Okay, so listen, I think I am in favor of the Un-F America tour, but there's also no question Z was microaggressive. Like, no question Z was microaggressive at all. Like, I think two things can be true at the same time, personally.
And I mean, hey, I could be slightly bad faith and try to convince you.
Emma, there's no way he taught you were Tashika.
It is going to be good, awesome. But we truly won't know until we do it. But I'm really excited nonetheless, and I think that it's going to be a really awesome thing.
Okay, to Sass, when you say Emma is lying, I have known Emma for 2 years. Emma has hated me at times, has said horrible things about me. I've never seen her be a liar.
If you voted for Donald Trump in the last election, you're a worse person than Alinity, okay? Alinity is still leaps and bounds ahead of most people.
It was going to turn out as, but I respect that you don't know. I actually think that's pretty cool. But it kind of seems like the idea is less that you will speak to him and more that you will try to drown him out.
Yeah. I definitely do think that it's more like less speaking to him, more speaking to the people. I mean, like, there's probably going to be, like, hopefully, like, a couple hundred people there that want to hear from Parker, and I don't really think that Charlie's going to be one of them.
Chris, you've repented. You are absolved of your sins, Chris. We love a king.
What
a growth
Chris?
King. That there's no way that's right.
What Chris is absolved?
King. Y'all know what I mean.
Oh, someone called Carpenter.
Guaranteed
Chris,
they're still watching because Irish has a million accounts. Oh, I know they're still watching. King. Y'all know what I mean.
Oh, someone called Carpenter.
Guaranteed
Chris,
they're still watching because Irish has a million accounts. Oh, I know they're still watching. Yeah, no, Chris. I wasn't talking about you. You know who I'm talking about.
Wait, why am I not allowed to watch his live? I don't understand why he's got an issue.
Dan's Discord talking about people's kids and has been talking about Alina nonstop. That's why she said ew. Just show the screenshots. I know you guys are in my Discord. Show the screenshots. Please. Just show them. Like,
what is going on right
accusations
now?
With no evidence ever. I will say this. I was petty. I made 20 memes about Alina after the Erica Live.
Because she said,
I'd
ooh.
love to see any of my people talking about Alina's kids. Because I will boot them immediately.
Wait, he made memes after she said, ooh.
Show me. Also, how would Alina know what's going on in your Discord? There's a spy.
I'm reading the comments over there.
I said this before, by the way, to one of the people that's watching on Irish's live, because she claimed I said something I didn't say. I said, hey, all my lives are recorded. If you give me the timestamp, I'll give you $1,000. And she was upset that I made a bet out of an important issue. This is what I want. If you have a criticism, provide evidence. If you don't have evidence, then SYBAU, okay?
You know?
Okay, fair. Thank you for telling me.
Hey, Dan, can I step in here just real quick?
Yes.
Dean, first of all.
They're back to playing it from
and yes, I will be showing the memes. I will be showing the memes.
Watch your streams all the time. But this is at least the issue that I have. So I am a up-and-coming content creator. I'm trans. And as far as your streams go, it's really difficult seeing opposition come up onto the panel to speak of, trans issues and where they stand.
Alina, it was performative because he was bullying me for days before. Show me the proof. Show me the proof of me bullying you for days before. Show me the proof. Show me the proof. I'll end my live. I'll end my political career. I will never go to a tour again. Show me the proof. I was bullying you for days before.
And in regards to the community and, not being able to see trans voices come up onto your panel, I had heard what you said before, and I completely understand. You have a very, very, very large platform, and, you need time to get people up onto the panel. It's really difficult, Dean, as someone like me, that's up and coming, I'm trying to grow my platform, I'm trying to have my voice heard as much as possible. But it's really hard when TikTok, is censoring that kind of content, that trans people like me post. It's really difficult. I don't know if you have something to say at all, Dean, but...
Oh, yeah, no, sure, dude. I
think we can make an argument that Dean was dogpiled. Yeah, I think we could.
In the Irish Live now, what's up? Jayden, no one was... I don't think anyone's literally mentioned you at all.
When it comes to allowing voices to be heard and projected to the masses to defend the LGBT+ community as it would pertain to not just trans individuals, but also to gay individuals and lesbian individuals. And they just straight up ban those conversations. Like for instance, especially when Donald...
I don't do call-out lives. That's why I haven't shown screenshots. Okay. Well, you don't have to do it in a call-out. You could just post it in the Discord or send it in a message. It would be so... This is what I say to MAGA, by the way. Why do I have to talk to you like you're MAGA? This is what I say to MAGA in the chat. If there's anything that I'm saying that's wrong, it would be so easy to come up and show that I'm a beta liberal cuck, right? And in your case, it would be so easy to show that I am a problematic, unsafe misogynist. All you have to do is provide a single shred of evidence. You don't have to make a whole live about it. You don't have to make your whole life about it. You could just post it somewhere. Did Alina say that? Yeah, I'm reading Alina's comments in Irish chat. People are sending them to me.
Why?
The lady was on Good Trouble's live bragging about Dean's backup account following her. I don't even know what that means.
All right, let me mute this just to bring everyone up to speed. This guy, Dan, went live a couple of hours ago, and he was referring to a live that took place 3 weeks ago, where Alina joined the live in order to criticize the Un-F America tour. And Dean joined the live, and her tone or tune did change when Dean joined. And it went more from saying Dean is, an overt racist due to the racist slurs he used to, something a little bit more tempered, in my opinion, which I don't think is shocking when you're talking to someone one-on-one. I think it's kind of expected. And basically, after that live, at some point, he apparently came into a live, and Alina was a mod in that live. And apparently that's this lady named Erica. And Alina said, ooh, and blocked him or said, this community doesn't want you in here. And in response to that, I think he's admitting that he made 20 memes about her, which I don't really know what that means. I know what a meme is, but what does a meme mean on TikTok? Does that mean he made 20 videos? Or does that mean that he made 20 memes in his Discord server? Did he do it publicly? Did he do it privately? I don't know what that means. But he said that he did 20 memes in response to that, which just seems a lot, in my opinion. Oh, in Discord? Okay. I mean, I would like to see what the memes are because, look, personally, I think Discord is public, but it's also private. It's where you go to vent. I'm okay with venting, personally. And I was listening in on the conversation, and my take, generally speaking, on the Un-F America tour is that I think that the idea behind it, to me, was really clear. I understood what the point of it was. I don't understand why everyone started saying, this is all about embarrassing Charlie Kirk. I never understood that to be the point of it. I thought it was very clear that the right are taking over our universities and are taking over the opportunity to talk to younger men at a point in their life where they're the most impressionable, and we don't want to cede that territory to them. That's not complicated. I knew that from the get. And so I disagreed with this idea that the tour was inherently wrong or something. Now, if you want to say that Diener and Parker are doing it for money, all right, fine. I don't really care. If you want to say that, if you want to have other criticisms that there should be more representation, sure, valid. But it seems like, at least so far, the people who have been told that agree with that. But I don't really understand this idea of suggesting that it's overall a bad tour. And I would agree that what I saw, even though I think the Un-F America tour is not inherently a bad thing, I do agree. What I saw from Z was not only defensive. Z was way out of pocket, in my opinion. But I can say that I don't think Z is a good person, while also believing that overall it may be a positive thing, because it itself is not what I'm looking at. It itself is a step to something new, and hopefully a step towards something better in the future. And so they were having this debate, and I was just listening in, and I was enjoying the conversation. And I figured, since I'm home recovering, let me just go live and listen in. And at that point, when I joined, I wasn't on anyone's side. I just thought it was really interesting to see how we on the left are constantly tearing each other apart. And we're constantly arguing over what is the appropriate way for especially white men to advocate. And I really don't know what it is. I'm very, very confused myself. So I was fascinated by the discussion. And then apparently while I was live, he started listening into my live, assuming I was being negative, which just feels a little defensive. And just to be super clear, people in his chat are saying horrible things about me. Horrible things about me. But like Dan, I'm not going to host a live tomorrow saying Dan was bullying me. I'm not going to go make 20 memes about Dan in my Discord. Like, that's weird, dude. Like, people in your chat are saying disgusting things about me. But, like, that's what it is being a creator. It sucks. It is not fun. It is taxing on your mental health. I'm not denying any of that. But it is part of being a creator. It sucks. But then stop being a creator. You're going to find that 20 to 50% of people are going to hate you. Like, it's just what it is. And so, Dan was listening in, and I got an opportunity to ask Dan questions. And when Dan was talking about it, I asked him, what was it Alina and her community did that was bullying? And so far, all I've heard is that Alina said, ooh, and didn't want to panel him on her close friends live. I don't think that's weird. I might not agree with it, but I don't think it's weird. So that's where we are now. So he is right now live on No Politics Dan. And we're just listening in, and he's largely playing the live from 3 weeks ago because he's claiming that Alina and her community are all saying that he was being misogynistic and being disgusting and all these things. And it's weird because right now people in his comments are saying foul things about me, but I'm not going to demand he be accountable for what his community is saying about me. Like, it's weird.
From everybody.
All right, we're back. Guys, I am really, really, really not well, so apologies if I'm not myself right now.
Dan's version of a call out live. No receipts, watching someone else's live recap of this live. This is... Wait, what? What does that even mean? This is my live that I'm watching. And these are the comments that are involved in the criticisms. These are receipts. This is literally...
No, I want to see the receipts where Alina says that people in your chat were being
Y'all are wild.
misogynistic or...
Then stop watching Irish's live. I haven't watched it in like 20 minutes. However, people are sending screenshots of the unhinged chats that are lying, so gotta call them out when I see them.
Unhinged chats?
TikTok DMs are cooked. Just FYI. There's
all right, he's back to playing it from 3 weeks ago.
So if I haven't, just like Dean, if I haven't replied to anybody on TikTok and you really need to reach me, Discord is the best way.
Well, it's the same for me, but I happen to be on like a brand new account right now, so my DMs in here are good.
Okay, yeah. So, all right. Did anyone have any final thoughts they wanted to share?
Well, I want to say two things. First off,
I'm reading his chat. They're calling me a liar. I have no idea why.
I want to say, we all come from different life experiences and backgrounds, and we represent different communities. But what I immensely value about this is that we do, and to some extent, have a shared mission. And that mission is delivering for people. We find ourselves at a time when you see Donald Trump taking away from Medicaid and Medicare, putting Social Security on the chopping block, whether it be violating a woman's right to choose, or, for example, I have a background in education, fighting for children who don't get access to a quality learning education, especially in a rural environment, fighting for children of special needs, ensuring that they get the resources they need. We all bring something to the table. And what I see that's so valuable within this conversation here, and so many immensely inspiring panelists we see on here right now that I hope everybody else listening in sees too, is folks who are coming together to have an open discussion about how they, in a unified manner, can combat what we're seeing on the alt-right. And I think it's critically important to note that this is something you don't see on the alt-right, because if you don't fit into a mold, if you don't fit into the bubble, if you don't stand exactly by what the president says as he says it and does it, you are excluded from these conversations. So to see that this virtual table is coming together, I want to, Dan, say thank you for holding this conversation. And I want to say thank everybody on here for being so transparent. Again, I thought I was coming in here to do an Avengers Endgame style debate on the Trump supporter, but what I saw here today is far more empowering. So to Dean, to Sam, to Chris, to everybody on here, very inspiring to be able to be here with you on this virtual panel.
Johnny, I know that you've never met me before, but I'm a former MAGA. I voted for Trump in 2020. Obviously regretted my vote. Obviously voted for Kamala Harris. The rest of my family voted for Trump, and they regret their vote. And I tried having these conversations. I've tried reaching out to family, But I was entirely disowned by my family members for simply wanting to exist. And it's a shame.
And I hear you. Listen, nobody should ever fear to be who they are, or to love who they love, or to be true to themselves.
I don't understand the
And
relevance of this
will always
part,
be
by the way.
safer being yourself than you will be being surrounded by those who don't want you to be true to yourself. So I am happy that you're in a situation now where you can live your life free, and there are going to be hardships along the way from now until the end of your days. And I understand that, and I'm never, because my experience is far different than yours, I'm never going to be able to understand what you're going through. But know that we in a unified manner are going to continue fighting to ensure that this does get easier for folks like you who just want to live true to yourselves. And I'm so immensely proud to know that more folks like you are stepping into these spaces. You said that you're aspiring to be more active in these spaces, debate in these spaces, speak out in these spaces. Thank you for doing that. It is so critically important that you do. We don't have enough folks who have your experience in these spaces.
And, I say that all the time, Johnny, and, I've gone through all of these debates, and it's very difficult. And
if anyone is over in his live
to say
and is getting any screenshots of like mean things being said about Alina, or about Erica, feel free to send them to me, or about me. Feel free to send them to me.
It's a lot to handle, and the way that you guys go about debating is like far better than what I could possibly do.
No, don't say that.
I'm a lot more.
Yeah, that's not true.
Don't say that. Listen, your experience is something that, for example, I or Dean or Sam, we're not going to be able to ever shape a message in the way that you can, because your experience is one that will resonate with people to which we can only dream of reaching. Your experience is so valuable. And the fact that you think you even need to compare yourselves to us, absolutely you do not. Your words have power. Use those words, wield them like a weapon, and speak truth to the lies of this administration, and continue perpetuating truth. You are your own person, and you should be immensely proud of what you can do. The fact you've already taken the first step.
We've now been an hour and 20 minutes into this live. I don't think I've seen Alina get dogpiled. I don't think I've seen any of the men on the panel being misogynistic. I could be wrong.
No, but I think you were problematic in our interaction.
To have these conversations. Trust me, I know. So please continue getting involved in these conversations. Don't ever compare yourself to us. You are so immensely special and far different than us in your own most valuable way.
Oh yeah, Johnny, I have to not only completely agree, but also add trans voices, and I say this as an NB who does not have the same marginalized experience as a trans person that's on the binary. We need you desperately. You are needed. Your voice is one of the most important ones we can possibly have, especially now with trans people being the face of.
Yeah, I fucking love Jaden. How much longer till Jaden joins? Do we want Jaden?
Violent oppression. Your voice is.
I don't understand what the point of this part of it is, so I'm just going to lower this down. We are getting the memes right now. I'm seeing some of the memes, and guys, can we please stop spamming the chat with the same thing over and over again? Please just stop spamming, please. So let me catch up on the comments. Host needs to be clear about what? Ask that question again.
I don't know where the comments went. Oh, they're coming back. Okay.
Of the right, that because their political leaders say so, they're supposed to not like them.
Yes,
they're supposed to think that they're the cultivation and creation of this bad wokeness that wants to attack the children and harm society. And trans individuals.
Oh, Dan and Erica are buddies now. Okay, I didn't know that.
For a better society, really
hey, pro Oxford, comma.
Humanizes trans individuals so much for individuals who have not seen, met, interacted with, heard, or listened to trans individuals. So it's just so meaningful to so many people.
I better see you live tomorrow, Bessie.
100% agree with everything that's just been said. Y'all said it more eloquently than I did. So.
David, you don't understand the relevance of Dan's live? God damn it! I just gave a summary.
Trans people in the last election. It was a top 5 voting issue for people that voted.
Oh, thank you, Peachy. Again, Peachy recognizing the extra work that goes into my lives. Irish, he doesn't clip for relevance like you. He's just replaying the whole thing. That makes a bit more sense.
Hundreds of millions of dollars behind it is super important, whether it's at a large scale, like from Dean, or a smaller scale, like from Kristen.
And, I definitely will say this, is that no conservative or Republican or MAGA supporter, especially on this app, is going to stop me from using my voice for the proper good that needs to be said. And, someone will have to be standing over my unalive body in order for them to win. And that's not going to happen. As a trans individual, I should be able to live my life free and happily without the government trying to make policies on my body.
All right, this is entirely irrelevant. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to show some of the memes that I am seeing. Give me one moment to catch up on comments. So do we just ignore racism and misogyny because we're on the left? No, I don't think we ignore racism and misogyny because we're on the left. But if all white men are inherently racist and inherently misogynistic, what does it mean to say, do we ignore it? Because that's the question is, does that mean that white men should, because they're inherently misogynistic and racist, should not be considered part of the left or should not advocate for issues on the left? If that's your position, I don't really understand that position personally. Personally, I just don't. So, yeah, Emma, no, Safari, I did read what you read. And I did read what you read. Again, I think that it is perfectly appropriate to call out, critique people. There's no problem. I didn't call that infighting, Drea. And so there's no problem with critiquing people. There's no problem with giving feedback to people. There's no problem with trying to, okay, adrenalina, if I did say it like that, that's not what I meant to, I don't think I did. But if you're saying I did, that is not what I meant to say, to be super clear. What I meant to say was that the left seems to constantly be eating itself, and I don't know how we're able to resolve this issue. I don't remember saying what it is you're saying I said, adrenalina, but if I did say it, I disavow that, if that helps. So let me pull up some of these memes. And, look, I'll say, oh, thank you, Adrenalina, for making that more clear. I'll say this in regard to Discord stuff. I think that Discord, I don't think it's unfair to say Discord is somewhat of a safe space. It shouldn't be a safe space from misogyny or for misogyny. It shouldn't be a safe space for you to be racist, right? So in your server, personally, I think you got to be able to expect venting. You got to expect venting, right? And however, the venting should still be moderated so that it's not harmful in nature. And so this is one of the memes that they made. And this person on the bottom, Kevy, I guess, says, Alina is very powerful, Dan. Stop playing with her. Now, I'm apparently too old to know what the hell this meme is. So I don't really get it. This is another one. I guess Kevy, is that maybe Dan? Says, if we ever run into that again and Alina tries to instigate, we should all just be like this to her. And then this meme here is, sir, or are you listening to me, sir? Is that Dan, maybe? Dan, your memeing skills need to be studied, bro. I'm in tears. It's my secret skill. That's part of the problem. She doesn't know what the event is supposed to be. She just made up something in her head. Seriously, I can call King me and Dan will castle her. And then, see, I would not do that. I don't know. I wouldn't do that meme. Personally, I wouldn't do that meme. Personally. Rome, I have so many words about how pissy she is about this. Is Rome a dude? I wouldn't love a guy using the word pissy because I don't think we use that towards guys. But I have so many words about how pissy she is that my thoughts are just jumbled. I believe what she thinks, that the event is some influencer exposure to her. That is not how the event is meant to be. And then Alina Dan Raid, okay? I mean, he's being childish. There's no question about that. Okay, Dutiful says, apparently one of Alina's mods wanted to come for me. Dan said, you are a woman of color, but your opinion is different, so it's invalid. That's a valid critique. The idea of calling people like pick-me's just because they have different opinions, I think is a valid critique. Dutiful says, no, this meme is so accurate. I was there before pickle time and got attacked by 2 people. Dan says, Alina fans, you took everything from me. Daniverse, I don't even know who you are. I mean, does Dan have a following? Is Dan like a big creator? I have no idea. This is another meme. Dan Ray joining pickle time to vibe. Alina and her fans. I don't really think these are funny. Hang on. There's one more I got. This is not Dan. This is someone named Kevy. Hey, Mole, show this to Alina. An idiot sandwich. I mean, this was sent right now. I don't think that's funny. And, like, I would consider this misogynistic. Personally. So, I don't know. Let's go back to watching the live because I'm kind of curious. And if anyone wants to keep sharing stuff, feel free. There we go. All right, I'm going to turn it back up again.
And speaking on that, the vitriol that I got in the chat for that, even before the Dean thing was even brought up, I think.
Okay, so she said the vitriol. We've now watched it. Okay. Is the vitriol in the room with us? We saw a comment calling her an airhead, which we've talked about. We did see a comment, or someone saw a comment out, I believe them, that said, ho, is you okay? And like I said, I wouldn't use the term ho there. That's not okay. That's not cool. But 2 comments in 2.5 hours, I wouldn't call vitriol.
Okay, who said it was vitriol?
And you gave a beautiful transition to her final statement. When she leaves, I think there's more comments. I mean, if there is, that's fine. But what she just said was already a misrepresentation of what took place, right? There were a lot of comments you didn't catch. Were they caught in this live? Because we're like watching it currently. Like, that's the whole point of this live, is to go over. I'm no longer accepting people's criticisms without receipts. So we went over this live. To see what they're talking about. She's playing the victim here. I agree. That's my opinion. I agree. I think she's playing the victim. They were in this live. Oh, point them out. I just mentioned the 2 that were pointed out.
I mean, there were more than 2.
I think Malik took most of the terrible comments. Yeah, vitriol went towards Malik for sure. When they called him a tap dancer, that was absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I'm going up. Before we continue, really quick. Number 1, nobody from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. Number 1. Number 2, Erica Shante is an amazing creator, an amazing person, and has nothing to do with any of this. Please, do not ask her opinion. Please, do not drag her into this. She was just minding her own business in pickle time, okay? The only thing I'll say about Erica is you should be following Erica. Okay. That's number 2. Number 3, any drama or tea in not involving myself or my community, I will not be discussing in this live. So, like, if you're waiting for like other topics to be discussed, that's not going to happen in this live. It's not my place to speak on any of that. So I'm just letting you all know now.
Sorry, I'm just muting for a moment. Emma, I'm inviting you up. Just to be super clear, I didn't host this live because Alina was being attacked. Just to be super clear, this was not to protect Alina. I want to be very clear about my view on Alina, I guess, because I'm not doing this to protect Alina. I'm not doing this because I think Alina needs help. I was doing this literally because I thought it was interesting, people having the discussion about what is the appropriate way for white guys to advocate? Oh, no, Emma, I hear what you say, but I'm going to get to what you're saying right now. I think that Dan saying that Alina was bullying him is weird. I think what Emma is referring to is only what I caught the tail end of, and I was confused about because I thought Emma's account was Alina as well. Let me be super clear. Emma is claiming that Dan mistook Emma for Tashika? And I'm so confused about that. And I also looked at the comment that got Emma blocked. I took a screenshot. I remember, hang on, I think I took a screenshot of that. Let me grab it. Hold on one moment. All right, so look, I don't want to give myself credit, but god damn, I deserve credit. So Emma saying that I don't care about this stuff, I cared enough to take a screenshot of that because when I saw him criticize and block you for that, I was like, the fuck? Like, boom. So everyone, let me turn off chat just for a moment. So that is the comment. Emma, it said, I am joining a live with gross men and a pick-me-up. And that is the comment that basically Dan claimed was the reason why he was blocking Emma. And then he attributed something else to Emma that I don't remember what it was. But I was like, that doesn't sound like Emma. But I don't remember exactly what it was. Yeah, Emma, I knew you meant you're not joining. I do disagree with you calling the black woman on the panel a pick-me. I know that a lot of people do that. I just feel like it is somewhat, because like everyone who's in my lives also gets called a pick-me. Basically, if you're a woman that someone disagrees with, you're a pick-me. And so like, I don't love that, but I wouldn't block someone. I wouldn't block someone for that. He said that she was black, didn't she? Wait, she wasn't black? When he repeated what Emma did, didn't he describe her as a black woman? Wait, the woman on the panel was a white woman? No. He did say she was black. No, we're not talking about Erica. We're not talking about Erica. When he went to block Emma, he said, I'm not going to let you call a black woman a pick-me. Maybe I'm crazy. I swear that's what he said. Oh, she was black. She said so herself. Okay. But in regard to like calling someone pick me, I would turn around and I would say, hey, don't do that again. Because like I feel like women who are in my lives get called pick me's all the time. And, you know, unless you're really seeing them not use any sort of critical thinking, then I just don't think that's fair. I do think it can be misogynistic because we just don't call men pick-me's. We just don't. And so I think him blocking you for that just felt really weird to me. As for whether or not Dan is white or POC, look, I'll say what I've said many times before. I will adopt the language that people from a community tell me is the least harmful community. But I have said for the longest time that the term BIPOC is absolutely going to erase black people, is absolutely going to erase the voices of black people. And I've seen it so many times, especially by people who are not black, who are members of the BIPOC community, talking over black people on racism all the time. So even if he is POC, he's not black. I just think the level of racism that I have seen black people get is just, it's very different. It's just very, very different, in my opinion. And I just, but again, I don't tell any marginalized group how to advocate for themselves. I don't tell any marginalized group, that's not what you should call yourselves. I recognize that there is something that I have seen happen over and over and over and over again. And I'll defer to the language that I'm told is the better language to use. But I do think with that language comes an usurp. What is the word? To usurp or usurp? Usurp? There's an absorption? Absorption? There is a taking away of black voices by the broadening of that term that I've noticed. Usurp, thank you. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out what the longer way of saying it. Usurpation? Usurpage? There is a usurpage? There is a usurpation? There is a... I know usurping. I'm more so... Yeah, usurpation? Usurperage. I don't want to do the verb. Oh, God. All right, you guys know what I mean. And so I just feel like... I feel, if he's claiming that he's a member of POC and therefore he doesn't need to listen to black voices, I don't really understand that, really, at all. But anyway, let's go back to his live. If anyone wants to keep sending me receipts, please feel free to. And Mac, usurpation, thank you very much. And Mac, you saying, how does Irish have receipts already? That's an insult, and I'll remember that. That really hurts. Chris, what hate have you seen towards Rhea? There's been no hate towards Rhea. Chris, just be so effing for real. I haven't seen anyone say, go on alive, Rhea. Can we, chill? What hate? Over in Dan's live, someone who I've never met before, Dan has people in his comments calling me a liar, calling me unsafe for women, saying that I'm dangerous. I'm not whining about it. I don't like it, but it is what it is. It's part of what you do when you're going lives.
Monetary policy, economic policy.
Emma, you're allowed to say whatever you want about Rhea.
All of these things impact the community. And it's not enough to say that, we're talking about race, let's have a black creator. I think we should have a regular and sustained flow of people from marginalized communities debating on a variety of subjects and not just the subject of race. So that's what I wanted to add. I think it's imperative that we elevate the voices of people who are not the primary demographic of these people.
This is again from
going to be the audience here.
Weeks
We need
ago.
to force these people to digest the identities of people that they do not see often. And the goal of activism needs to be to make it as uncomfortable as possible, not palatable. So whatever strategy, mechanism, and I'm willing to aid in that, whatever you may need from me, I'll do that. Or I'll give you a list of people who are willing to step up. But we need to make this as energized, as motivated, as focused, and as representative as humanly possible. So that's what I wanted to add.
Yeah, do you want to maybe in the next couple of days connect over Discord? I know that we've talked a few times before today, but we should talk again. Maybe you could help me identify a handful of individuals inside of the community that maybe you could bring up on the lives more frequently.
Yeah, certainly.
This is perfect timing. Emmanuel, thank you for the $5. Y'all should look into content.
This is the prior live 3 weeks ago.
Luke's. They are very well versed on systemic racism, history on this country, and how black people and marginalized groups are affected.
W.
Anything else? Did anybody else want to add anything?
You were cooking.
So again, up to this point, myself and my community were under the impression that this was a very, very productive conversation.
Okay. I want to see the receipts of Alina bullying you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, we just have a... Hold on, I do have one thing to add. Wait, 1 second.
Yeah.
There it is. All I got.
Jade in 2028.
Wait, what did
A little too young, but maybe.
I don't know what I added.
Constitution really doesn't matter these days. But yeah, that was my point. This form of activism led by cishet white people must be imperative, that it is as uncomfortable as possible and that it further elevates people who do not look like you and don't come from said privilege. So as long as we can keep that the focus and ensure that this is not for matters of personal gain, and I'm not accusing you of that, but so often that has become the outcome in these spaces, and I think
Guys, stop pinning comments,
who
please.
have benefited from that. That needs to be the overarching point here. Okay.
I think that's so valid, dude. I have seen so many people over the course of the last handful of years, really like turn in to somebody that is there just for personal gain. And I always make sure that it's something that I'm conscious about. You know what I mean? Like, in like my day-to-day conversations, like kind of behind the scenes, maybe there's an opportunity that comes to me that makes sense business-wise, but there's other implications that have to be considered. Like one consideration that I'm literally like always trying to make is, well, like, is this not only a good decision for me, but also for the movements that I support, represent, and fight for? And I think that's a really good thing to always stay conscious of, especially when there is so much personal gain.
All right. Glad we could have this conversation.
All right. W's in the chat for the panel. Brett. Hey, Brett.
What's up, man?
How's it going? For those that aren't following Brett Cross, this man, I will never not plug Brett Cross. Everyone follow Cross 333. I don't care what the live's about. I'm plugging Brett Cross.
Okay.
Poor Brett didn't know what was going on. Yeah, no, Brett
How brave
had no
of you.
idea what was going on. He was just coming up and saying hi.
Sorry, so does Dan have a platform? Does he have like a bigger account or something?
And does what I cannot. And he fights for the safety of the children in this country, a topic that I specifically cannot debate without crashing out. So if you're not following Brett, this is my official cosign of Brett Cross. Brett, how's it going?
I appreciate it. Hey, it's going, man. I just saw like a star-studded group here. We got Dan, Alina, Chris, Johnny. We saw Z. Like, I was like, man, this sounds like a party I need to be a part of.
Well, did you bring the beer, or did you show up empty-handed, or what do you got for us?
No, I definitely showed up empty-handed.
Oh no!
You know how much
Not even
activism?
ice? That's crazy.
No, you know how much activism costs.
Let's talk about the Second Amendment.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down for the night.
What's a decent following?
Thank you so much.
10,000, 100,000, 500?
Look forward to meeting you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, see you, Dan, and the crew and Isaiah and Texas A&M to go take down fascism. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, dude, this is gonna be so much fun. I showed up to CMU about a week or two ago because they had a white supremacist speaking, and that was like one of the bigger times I've done like boots on the ground, in person activism. And oh my gosh, I really loved it, and I'm really looking forward to Texas. And yeah, I can't wait to meet y'all.
All right, thank you so much for coming up.
Yeah, take it.
Peace.
Okay.
So, roast battle?
Oh, man, you want to go there with me?
Fuck you and your doobie.
I'm down.
I'd rather do a dance off.
I'm not clicking up on my feed for roast battle.
I'm not coordinating enough.
Okay, so
This is now live.
whether you're a Dan fan,
He's talking
an
now.
Alina fan, or just a person on TikTok that has watched this, did y'all see a dog pile? Did y'all see
No.
the men on the panel being misogynistic?
No, not really. What's your
If
point?
you're watching in good
Guys, stop
I
pinning.
think I know what the answer is.
Because people can't read the comments when it's pinned. Sorry.
Right, the comments we discussed. And ultimately, there's only so much we can do about comments in the first place. But I mean, we talked about the one comment, whether or not it was misogynistic, and it was split between women about whether Airhead would, in that context, was misogynistic. But I already said I'll err on the side of caution next time and call it out. I didn't see the "Ho, is you okay?" comment, but I've already said women should not be called hoes under any circumstance, even if they're MAGA. They shouldn't be called hoes. And other than that, I really don't think anything was so egregious that Dan should have shut down comments. As one of the people on YouTube said, I should have shut down comments.
I don't see much in the comments that's very hostile, to be honest.
Okay, so this is the first section here. Okay, now I hope that this illuminated. What took place leading up to this and what is in these YouTube comments. Because I thought the YouTube comments were a little bit out of line. But it's not my place to say. Like they were calling me and the men on the panel misogynistic. I'm a man, so it's not my place to say. I wanted women to be able to see it. Can we see the comments? Yeah, I showed them earlier. Hold on. So there is more to the video where Tashika comes up and then I drop her because I didn't know about her situation with Dean. That has nothing really to do with this, so I'm not going to bother going over that
It
part.
might have something to do with it. I can see how Alina may have been referring to
If you're
that.
not following my YouTube channel, it's youtube.com/@DanMalikPolitics. And all of my TikTok lives, whether they're about politics or drama, are uploaded on YouTube, unedited. So if anyone thinks Dan is not unsafe, you could just make a hit piece video. Just get all the evidence.
Can we see the receipts of Alina
versus one woman trying to help marginalized
and
communities
her community bullying you?
They're so unedited you can see the setup. Yeah, so I mean, we just saw it. Like all these people versus, I don't really know what that means because it was people talking one at a time, and pretty much everyone on the panel agreed with wanting more diversity. And the thing that was contended with was whether or not Dean and Parker being the face of the movement is a problem or not. And even the use of the word movement is a little bit, sketch because this is an event.
Where's the bullying? Like, maybe there was bullying. I just want to see the receipts of the bullying. Like, what he has right now, he's been playing a YouTube video that we all could have went on YouTube to watch.
All right, I'm going to read this comment out loud.
Which, that's fine.
It's a good criticism.
That's for context. But I want to see the bullying.
Or at least something Dean said, and maybe if he wants to clarify. I do think it was wrong of Dean to say that he was referring to consequential racism, which implied internalized racism wasn't consequential. That is actually a very, very fair criticism. Dan, Jaden asked you a question. I'm sorry. Hold on. I was looking up Discord. I'm curious if you've seen the live with Z. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I was there, like in the moment for parts of it. But I'm not gonna. It's really not my place to speak on it during this live. So
why not?
That's all I can really say on that.
I can say I think the UNF America tour is a positive step, while also saying Z appeared to be racist and rude as hell.
And Jaden, I have probably a more comprehensive answer if you want to DM me directly. It's just it's not something that I want to talk about on this live.
Let's see what Jaden said. Hang on. I think Jaden is the one bringing up Z. Jaden says, yeah,
Okay,
Jaden's the one who asked about
I'm
Z.
going to go over the YouTube comments one more time really quick. Can we look at the memes? We're getting there.
So look, to me,
people versus one woman trying to help the marginalized communities is a problem. And I said outside of Dean,
look, one of these memes. So there was a situation where someone on this app, a woman on this app, has spent 2 years because she doesn't like me. That's all. Because she doesn't like me, has spent 2 years going around calling me a PDF, right? And I said, as a euphemism, I'd like to, what did I say? Punch her in the face, or it was some euphemism about violence. And I reflected on that, and I was like, you know what? I don't like using euphemisms pertaining to violence when I'm talking about women. And so I was like, you know what? I don't want to say that moving forward. I don't want that to be normalized. So like on one of my lives, I said, hey, you know what? I don't want that to be okay. And when they posted one of the memes is like stomping on someone's face. And I know it's not stomping on someone's face, but like when you're referring to someone from a marginalized community, I think it's a smart idea not to include anything that could be looked at as violent. I don't think that's a crazy idea, personally, but let's go back to listening.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask people commenting about the situation that I said I'm not gonna talk about. Genuinely, I'm gonna set a boundary right now. It's not going to be talked about in this live. So like, I would really appreciate if like we didn't continue that conversation, because that's not the intention of this live.
He's talking live right now.
And that's all I'll say on the matter right now. Do you not recognize how this chat right now was booing the woman and cheering the men? Okay, hold on.
That's not necessarily wrong.
Booing the woman. Were they booing her because she was a woman, or were they booing her because they disagreed with her opinion and they disagreed with the way she was talking or speaking? Like, I'm so lost here. She happened to be a woman in this case. Why is Alina's wrongdoings worth holding alive over?
Exactly.
Because Alina specifically attacked my community.
How?
So, like I said, nothing in this live warranted me going over this. I didn't think Alina did anything wrong enough in this live to go over this. The moment she attacked my community is why I'm doing this live. It's very clear that it is not my place to speak on this. Jaden, like I said, I hope that answered your question, Jaden. And if not,
just very quickly, Soupy.
Hello?
Yeah, what would you like to...
And if not,
just very quickly, Soupy.
Hello?
Yeah, what would you like to share?
I'm just wondering what you're referring to, because I want to make sure that I haven't missed any parts of like the story or anything.
When did I call Dan racist?
Maybe that's what I'm confusing here. Is like, what is the claim going on? I'm just curious. I don't really have
No, you're not curious. You're someone who is friendly with Dan.
No, I'm just a rando, dude. I'm literally just a
fake
rando.
account. Who is a fake account with 0 followers and 0 following?
Dude, literally, I am just a random person living in Washington. Oh my God, are you kidding me?
Hang on. Who just happened to come in here knowing nothing about what's going on.
Oh, I've been jumping back and forth the whole time.
Great. Well, you've got a lot of strong opinions, right?
I'm really sorry. Such
What
offense.
sorry?
I'm just a random person.
I didn't
dude.
ask you if. Can you let me finish what I'm saying?
I don't really want to be chewed out by you. I'm just a random person.
I'm not chewing you out. I'm not chewing
You're
you out.
lecturing me right now.
I'm not lecturing you. I'm
Listen how
asking
you're
you.
talking to me and you want to talk about misogynistic?
keep
Like, I'm just a
interrupting me.
random person asking a
keep
clarifying
interrupting me.
question and you're crashing out.
I'm not crashing out. I'm going to ask again.
Okay, ask okay.
It appears to be that you have a bias, and I'm asking you, do you have a bias or any vested interest?
Oh, I'll definitely tell you that I like Dan, for sure.
Isn't that what I said at first, and you literally said no?
Friendly with Dan? Like, I don't know him personally, dude. I'm not like a TikTok creator or anything like that. I just watch his lives.
Soupy, is that not what I asked you at first? And
You asked me if I was friendly with Dan, and I don't know him personally like that, dude. So, like, if you're talking friendly in terms of like TikTok sense.
All right. To everyone in here who's like not an idiot, like let me just remind what just happened. I asked her, you're very clearly friendly with Dan, and I started to explain the reasons why. She said, no, I'm not. I'm just a rando. And now she's saying that she is biased and friendly with Dan. I don't understand why we had to waste 3 minutes on this of you trying to frame me as a misogynist or something. It's weird. It's weird energy. So moving forward, Soupy, if you have actual criticisms and actual critiques, great. But let's do it in good faith. Go ahead. What would you like to say in good faith?
Called me an idiot when I just didn't understand your question. So
I'm going to mute you for a moment. I don't recall calling you an idiot. I said, if people in here are not an idiot, you'll understand. And then I started to explain. I don't recall calling you an idiot specifically.
Do you not understand how you're saying, like, by saying that you're like calling me an idiot? Do you not understand how that phrase like works?
I mean, no, let me be super clear.
Okay, so dude, you're being disingenuous, and I don't really want to have this conversation with you.
Soupy, you can run if you want. Let me be super clear. I don't think you're an idiot. I think you were very knowledgeably gaslighting and lying. An idiot would suggest that you didn't know what you were doing. I give you full credit. I think you came up here in bad faith, you lied, and you tried to misdirect. That's not lying. That's not me
If
calling
you
you an
look
idiot.
at the comments, I don't mean to interrupt, but I do want to
I'm not
clarify. If
reading the
you
comments
look
since you
all the
brought it.
way up at the comments from when I've been in your live and how I've been jumping over from his to yours to see what's being said between the two so I don't miss anything, I literally have like been pro Dan in the comments. I've been giving clarifying information about like other things. So I don't know what you're accusing me of. I didn't understand your
I haven't
question.
accused you of anything
You've
other than
been,
being
you
biased towards
have,
Dan.
you literally did. You accused me of like wasting 3 minutes of your time on purpose when I just didn't understand.
Yeah, I accused you of wasting 3
It
minutes
sounds,
because, hang on, I accused you of wasting 3 minutes because I asked you. You seem to have a bias towards Dan. You clearly have a fake alt account that you created specifically to be able to come over here, which is fine. And then you gaslit me and said, no, I'm some rando from Washington. You're wrong. That was a waste of my time. You could have just said, yeah, I'm friendly with Dan and I agree with him on this point. And we could have jumped right into the conversation.
again, didn't understand your I felt like you were accusing
What
me of
did you
being
not
like a
understand
bigger
the question?
creator who's trying to hide like my identity or something like that when I'm
Okay,
literally just a rant.
did I call
That's
you a
what
big
I'm telling
creator?
you what I thought. Do you hear me?
Okay,
I'm
so
not
you were
trying to be
wrong.
rude to you, but you've been super rude.
Okay, Soupy, you're wrong then. So move on. What is your good faith question?
Why do you feel the need to mute me?
Because you are rambling, you are deflecting, and you are victimizing yourself when we're trying to actually move on with the conversation.
I'm
What
literally
is your
just trying to
good
explain
faith?
my thought process on it. If you think that's victimizing, then I'm sorry. You're
Yeah, I don't care about your thought process, okay?
This is all available.
Fucking weirdos.
And it wasn't anyone versus anyone. Yes, it wasn't even a debate. It was a discussion.
This is live again.
So this right here, right? This is Alina now essentially misrepresenting what took place in that live. If she didn't start talking shit in this live, this wouldn't have spiraled. Sub only. Oh, Alina. Because after I saw this, I did make comments in my Discord that we can go over. I made a comment about how I felt insulted. Well, we'll get to it. But I made a comment that I felt insulted that she implied I can only feel empathy because I was bullied after 9/11 rather than because I'm just like a good person. That was insulting to me. And if I can't voice my opinion in my own fucking Discord, then you can miss me with that.
Saying something that I think at the end of it, people all agreed that there should be more representation. But it wasn't until the tide kind of changed a little bit when Chris came up, and Chris came up and said that some form of like there should be more representation, and basically was telling Dean that like he doesn't necessarily bring up a variety of voices and things like that on their live. And then
real quick, which Chris?
Chris, venture capitalist thing.
This is Alina talking to Commissioner Sean.
So Chris, and then
This is the
Sam
receipts
came
of
up
bullying.
later on. The one that hangs out a lot with Johnny. And
Just so we're clear, so this is Alina talking about what happened on our live, and I did not talk about that live at all, or Alina, until after this. Okay, a big part of this live is to show the timeline, because Alina and her fans want to say that I made those memes, and we're gonna get to the memes, I swear, after the live that we just watched, but that is a lie. I made those memes not even after this live. I made those memes after she attacked us in Erica's live. And the part of the purpose of this live is to show the lies about the timeline. Now, if you're upset about me showing just receipts, then ask yourself this. Why are you upset about me showing receipts?
I'm not upset.
What are you trying to hide within the timeline? And I'm going to be honest, if you guys just lied about me, this would have been okay. But the moment you lied about my community,
and I believe, I think they are non-binary, I think. So they said essentially the same thing that I did, and brought up a time where they had been brought up on Dean's live and Dean just let the racism happen. And then it was like all like, oh, blah, 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 like, didn't we I think we turned the comments off and making all these excuses of like, whatever.
Wait, the Alinas are here. They're dropping ews in the chat. Hi, Alinas. What's so ew about providing receipts? Is it possible that your creator is just problematic?
We're all problematic. Except for Mac. We're all problematic. Who cares? If you claim to not be problematic, you're likely a problem.
By the way, Pika, I know you're the mole in my Discord. The reason I haven't kicked you is because I have nothing to hide.
Pika is not the mole.
I've known this for a while.
Pika's not the mole giving me
Is
stuff.
it an Alina raid? Welcome in, Alina Raiders. Welcome in, W Alina raid in the chat. I'm not in your Discord. Maybe not anymore. Hold on.
This is so weird.
Hey, you were. Hold on. Members.
I can confirm Pico is not the mole. As someone in contact with a mole.
Unless it's a different...
Yeah, let me see if I can...
You don't think so?
Oh, that's better.
W Alina Raiders. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh, I feed off of this. Yes, yes.
What?
Has Dan been challenged to a cheese me off? This won't end well. I am not a raid. Sounds like a raid to me. I just don't understand. All I'm doing is watching lives. I'm watching Dan's live, and then I'm watching Alina's live.
Okay.
Why is it so troublesome?
I don't see anyone in your comments calling it troublesome, bro. I don't see anyone in his comments saying this is troublesome.
Eventually, Jaden was able to come up, and Jaden also kind of, said similar things, but like everyone else was received way better than I was. And to be fair, yeah, maybe I'm not.
So just so we're clear, Alina said that there's no way this will be successful because the leaders are two white cishet men. Jaden said that whether we like it or not, it's clear that the leaders are cishet white men, and so they need to do everything in their power to elevate marginalized voices. If you think those are the same, then you weren't listening. It is not because Jaden...
Okay, I don't agree with Alina on that point. But I'm not... Why would you care? You disagree with her. And? I'm just not understanding...
As polished, and maybe my thoughts... my thoughts weren't... no, I mean, you guys can watch the replay. My thoughts were not properly formulated because, again, I was like... we're still... Like, I was still doing jury duty. I was exhausted, and I was literally just... saying exactly how I felt, which is like, as he was showing all the different creators, I was like, oh, another white man. Oh, another white man. Oh, a white woman. Like, I was like, in the chat, and like, and so like, and then when I was 41, like, as someone who, I have severe ADHD, and once the meds start wearing off, it's very hard. So when it's 4 people coming at me, it's very hard for me to like clearly articulate myself, especially with interruption stuff. So I didn't appreciate that kind of setup environment where like I used to even like take a beat because it was kind of like, but so yeah, maybe I wasn't as clear, and maybe, again, I'm not very palatable, but like I still think
This is now the 10th reminder. No one in my community is going to DM, is going to harass, or is going to report anybody involved in this live.
I'm just going to mute him for a moment, and I'll just say this. I understand him saying don't harass this person sounds good, and I think we should remind people not to do that. On the flip side, you are also calling her a liar. You are calling her a crybaby. You are suggesting that she is harmful and problematic. So I don't understand, how can you be hosting a live saying this person is problematic, a liar, a crybaby, and if you have her on her panel, she will bully your community, but then also turn around and say, but hey, you should still be friends with her. It suggests you're not critiquing her. Like, I disagree with Alina on a lot of stuff, but I'm not calling her a bully, bro. I'm not saying that if she joins my live, you're going to be bullied and your community will be endangered. Like that's the weird part is your reaction is so defensive and disproportionate.
Stand it for you.
I feel like you were more clear than you're giving yourself credit for. But like, I don't know. Maybe I go watch it or whatever. But I feel like you did great.
So, Ruggy, I don't know. The thing is, I guess you don't know anything about my community. It says, how do y'all not see how weird and obsessive Dan's being right now? So what Dan is doing is he is defending his community because my community was lied about. All I'm doing to do that is just showing the receipts. If you think that's being obsessive, then I'm being obsessive about defending my community. I would hope Alina will do the same for you guys.
What?
I don't think that like being polished really needs to be a thing. I do think we should give a little umph, but that's just me and my entertainment value shit. Because like obviously I'm not palatable like at all, but like my points still like hit where they're supposed to hit.
For the people willing to listen, unfortunately.
That's true too. But like I like hearing what you have to say. And I like especially when you do I have to say this, cutting the crap. That's what white people say when they're like, cut the crap. When you cut the crap and you're just like, yeah, this isn't okay. This isn't all right. Like this.
That is not my finger. That is not my finger.
Why? Like I fucking love when you.
Yeah. That is an unhealthy nail length.
At one point, like
not my finger.
Like all they kept saying, and so many people in the chat were saying about how like it's fine that this is like led by white people because like black people said that they're done and that they've done enough and that like white people should lead this and blah blah blah. And it was just like
that's also a microaggression.
It was funny.
So there were people that said that, and they were black, speaking for themselves. Who's the dude instigating her? I don't know. He didn't even watch the live. The people that said that in chat were literally black.
RC is in his chat
still are black.
right now saying that he is black, by the way.
Malik didn't say that. That's right. Malik did not say that. But there were people in chat that said it. That's true. Wait, who? Oh, excuse me. Okay. She.
Dan was misgendering.
Thank you. I appreciate
Sean.
that. I really do appreciate that. The other chat is mad at you airing the drama out, but not mad at Alina for doing it first. Yeah, that's the point. I mean, Alina lied, right? And they're not mad at her for that. They're mad at me for calling her out.
Gingy, why are you telling me Sean goes by she, her? I'm well aware. Wait, are we the other chat?
I do want to apologize to the guest that's up there.
Peachy, are we the other chat?
Can we block RC again? Was RC not blocked? Yeah, you could block RC. Oh, yeah. No, RC is hard blocked. Good on RC. As a reminder, if you currently support the Trump administration, you are 1,000 times worse than anything Alina has ever done or said in her life. Okay, RC blocked.
Because like I brought up the point of like this is me as a white person saying
Nobody
that
said
like
that. Oh, fuck.
this isn't the way and that we need more representation and y'all destroyed me for it.
I'm so glad I
Like, this
recorded
needs to
it.
take my neck out and look what happened.
If RC's in here, just block him right now.
Like we weren't.
Guys, block RC immediately.
I don't know what the pinned comment's about. What did Sam say? She's being vague while using verbiage to lead her audience to believe there's something that it's not.
Oh, Soupy, shut up. You're annoying.
Instead of bringing us all together, you're lowering yourself to MAGA, bro. Whatever you say. Why is my I don't know who pinned your comment. I don't know what Sam said, so I can't even reply to the comment. One of my mods, I think, pinned it. Are we the other chat?
Black liberals, yeah, sure. Well, these are liberals, so maybe. But I don't think. And this is again white person. So I didn't take it as like black people are checking out completely. It was just like the grunt work. So I mean, I think black people still want to lead in the sense of like.
As a reminder, this live is before the live that Geek hosted. I want that to be known because everything I'm talking about is before that live. That live is not related to me or my community, so we're not going to be talking about that live.
The direction, the ideas, and all that stuff, because I truly feel like marginalized people are the only ones that are going to lead us to liberation. It's not going to be a cishet white person. But as far as the grunt work, the muscle, like all that stuff, should be the rest of us. It's not the grunt work. It's a whole thing. I don't really feel like explaining the whole thing. Okay. But there's a whole thing where there are black liberals who are saying that black people need to sit our ass down. But there have been like a bunch of black people who just been like, no, that's not how this works. Like, we don't get to take breaks like in fascism. What are you talking about? Well, I'm not too that it's also a microaggression to assume that they're a monolith and that every black person wants, like, this is someone took a stamp and said, this is what black people are the delegation. That's also a microaggression, but the microaggression of saying, like, black people said that they were going to sit down.
Nobody said that.
I said that that's a microaggression.
She assumed it was a monolith. Yeah, so she's arguing that they're not a monolith while assuming that they are a monolith.
As well is the idea that like I didn't do like black people aren't on the panel because I'm respecting what black people have to say and trivializing what black people.
Guys, I don't know what we're watching.
Okay, this comment
or who this person is.
Love this comment. You want to know why I love this comment?
I thought it was him.
You want to know why I love this comment? I'll show you why.
Showing it on another device, but now I don't think it is. Here, let me show you what I'm actually seeing. This is the full view of what I'm seeing. He's got a secondary screen. He's got some like... This is a weird way of having your studio set up. It's great. But he's got
is MAGA.
this secondary device.
These people aren't the left. That's literally the point.
He's on YouTube. So there's a YouTube video of someone showing their phone.
Alina's the one that posted this TikTok after what I was under the impression was an amazing conversation. This was one day later. One singular day later. One day later. Oh, damn, I guess me, Chris, Jaden, and Sam aren't black.
Guys, I understand you're saying that he's using Studio. I've never seen Studio be used where you have half the screen on the bottom be you and the other half be this. It's great.
Bro, I told you. You are not going to beat me in a receipt off, okay?
My community is better at receipts.
Jones cooked. You are not going to beat me in a receipt off, all right? If you want to lie about a community, you do not pick the Daniverse, okay? Because we got receipts for days and days and days.
See, this is where my ego's getting to me a little bit. Okay, so she posted a video. It doesn't mention you.
You make a good journalist, Dan. That's actually a nice compliment. Thank you so much. Okay, so you bash a woman instead of just having a conversation? This is what I'm doing. I am bashing a person that bashed my community when I tried to raid an unrelated person. I am raiding Erica Shantae's live with 600 people, and she is saying, ew. She's saying, this raid is performative, and she's saying, you guys aren't welcome here. That is who I'm bashing. I'm bashing the person that said that. I'm not bashing a woman or a woman that's fighting for marginalized communities. Nothing that I said.
I mean, I can't help but say this is like giving I don't see color, but maybe I'm wrong. Like, I personally, like, I've got gripes with lots of people, but I absolutely moderate my reaction when the gripe I have is with someone who's from a marginalized community. Like, so like when you're saying you're not, if she had been really messed up, if she was an overt racist, if she was an overt liar, toast her. But she didn't really do anything that's big a deal, but you're denigrating her. And I don't think that's right.
And even if this were true, even if black people were a monolith.
So this is the same person, by the way, Chapter Chaser. This is the same person that said I should have asked when I was talking about the. I was approached by a trans friend of mine to say,
giving you motion sickness.
The Buck Angel argument was problematic.
Give me a moment.
And then I changed my argumentation. That's the same person that said, well, you should have asked before you made the argument, brother. You're asking me to ask Alina, hey, are you getting harassed, by the way?
Okay, give me one moment.
At least you're consistent.
Look, he's saying it's exhausting.
Collectively,
yeah, it's exhausting.
You didn't do it because you gave a fuck about what black people say. You accidentally did it and fell ass backwards into some success. Like, and pretending that you didn't is a microaggression.
Yeah, no, I see that. It's like, were they even asked if they wanted to participate? And we know
the
answer is no, because later on they said, well, we chose Dean Park because they have got the biggest audience. And I said, well, doesn't that kind of prove my point of like the bigger picture of like, they have the platform they have because this country's built on white supremacy and they're palatable to that. And we see that reflected in the app because Dan was saying, oh, me and Santana, we're great, but I think he mentioned that they would both say that like Dean and Parker are better debaters, which is like questionable, but also like, debate skills can be taught. But like I said, wait a second, like let's say they are better debaters, like.
Chapter Chaser, I asked her tonight. I asked her to provide any singular piece of evidence that my community harassed her. A single receipt, a single screenshot, nothing.
I mean, ho. Your community called her a ho.
Good night, Liam.
Your community called her a ho. That's
still think
not insignificant.
Platform because you can speak to like being marginalized and you can actually empathize. And then we got this whole thing about how like, I personally think that like if you're a cishet white man, like you've never experienced marginalization, so you really truly can't have empathy. And they're like, well, that's not true. The guy on the panel, I think his name was Malik or whatever, he said that we could learn empathy from a YouTube video. And I said, no. Because when they say, like, because even the white...
Thank you.
Disagree with Alina's take on this.
Aren't women or haven't faced any
Did anyone, by the way,
so what?
I didn't hear him say that exactly. Maybe like it's like paraphrased.
I'm still waiting for the bullying. Because like when we're talking about an over-exaggeration, you're calling her a liar, a bully, someone who's going to attack your community.
In any way. Like, they only care when it affects them. So, like, they care about gay marriage once someone in their family is trying to get gay married. Like, that kind of thing. So, that's not really, like, that proves my point further. And, like, I don't know. And Dan was saying, well, I feel like I'm super empathetic and all that stuff. And it's because I have empathy, like, not because I'm from a marginalized group. And I'm like, you proved my point. You're from you talked about 9/11 and after 9/11 how you experienced stuff, like, so you understand, you can relate.
So this right here is the first time I said anything about Alina in my Discord, which is when I posted this video and said, I'm a little bit insulted that she implied I only feel empathy because I was bullied after 9/11. And I think it's my right to be insulted about that. And I also think it's my right to say it in my Discord.
Sure. Who said that's not your right? I'm so confused. Like, okay, and? Did she host a live saying you don't have a right?
Video? You also deleted shit from the Discord? I did not. Show me the screenshots. Show me the fucking screenshots. I didn't delete shit. Do not lie. I haven't deleted anything. I'll go through the delete logs if you want. But if I said something so bad, it would have been screenshotted. You said you've seen it all. When did you see it? Did you screenshot? Did you screenshot? Because we're not doing this. We are not doing, oh, I saw it, but I didn't screenshot, and now it's deleted. Get the fuck out of here. Every single thing that I've pointed out so far has had a receipt. All right? Miss me with that.
Where's the bullying?
She's unsafe. I am not a safe person to liars. Do not lie about my community. I'm not safe.
Is this what I sound like? Like he's repeating a lot of stuff that I'm a little concerned about.
Chat, what do you think?
I think you're weird. I think it's weird that I haven't seen the bullying yet. But like maybe she did bully you. I just want to see the bullying. You can't claim that she has been...
So I remember like that line of conversation. I don't remember that exact quote that you can learn empathy from YouTube. But it could be later in the video. I was under the impression like the conversation was mostly over and then Tashika joined and that's a whole other thing.
I think you can learn empathy. I agree with you. Okay, and she disagrees with you. And
the only thing I would ever delete is if something actually was like offensive. And if that's the case, then isn't that what you want? No, I pinned that one, Lynn.
Kath, I'm not doing any new call-out lives. I don't have the mental capacity to do so moving forward.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
Thank you, Izel. $1 because that's how much I like you.
That was rude.
Hey, what's up?
All right, so just a reminder where we are right now. This guy named Dan held a live 3 weeks ago, and they were talking about the UNF America tour, and he is very in favor of the tour. He may have went on the tour, I'm not sure. And Alina, the username Alina Mina, joined and was very critical of the tour. And Dean then joined, and the three of them were having a conversation about what is good advocacy and what creates a net positive versus a net negative in terms of advocacy when it's done by really white cishet men. And okay, Dan was on the tour. That makes a lot more sense now. And, you know, some of the criticisms that Alina brought up, I agree with. Some of them I don't agree with. And basically, they all had a chat. After that chat, Alina maintained her criticisms. And he's claiming that Alina has been bullying and harassing him and his community, which we're waiting for, which then prompted him to make 20 memes about her in his Discord, which, you know, some of the memes I don't agree with. I'm just curious, like, why he's so pressed by this. And now he decided to make a 6-hour live, basically proving to everyone that his community is a good community. And I don't know. I don't think it's working out very well, personally.
Back when we were on NYC's page, or
I don't know. I don't know how long they've been here.
I like Wu-Tang. Don't get me wrong, but
not the cry bullying in real time. Yeah, wait, really? So we got remember earlier we got the gas bullying, the gaslighting in real time. Now we have the cry bullying in real time. It's like they're proving what I'm debunking in real time. I love it. I love it. It's so good. And
Who
the
is?
part about all this whole live, 5 hours and 33 minutes, and it's gonna keep going. All gonna be on YouTube, and everyone can just watch it and watch all the receipts, and they can put timestamps wherever I was wrong. They won't. Just like in the comments on the YouTube video that we just watched. Whenever I asked for timestamps of any time she was being dogpiled, any time she was being, what's it called? Treated misogynistically by the men, there were no timestamps ever. You said you don't delete shit. I didn't delete anything. If a mod deleted something, then they did their job as a mod, right? Now, if...
Can someone in the season chat message Mac and tell Mac this? Mac, if you don't want Irish to be dragged into another drama, Mac, why are you in Dan's comments creating drama? If someone in season chat can again tell Mac, if you don't want Irish to be dragged into another drama, Mac, why are you over in Dan's comments dragging Irish into another drama? Thank you, season chat.
The one that's been pinning everything?
I don't know, but he just muted Kyangela, and I don't know why.
Oh. Yikes.
And he also added a keyword, and I don't know what the keyword was.
Look, I'll say this. I see Jaden in here. I don't like Jaden. Jaden and I are not mutuals, right? What I will say that I respect about Jaden is that when guys unpin that comment, I'm tired of the pinning. It's pissing me off. What I will say I respect about Jaden is that when Jaden has a criticism, it's a criticism. Jaden will always engage in dialogue in order to make people and conversations better for the most part. He does not engage in dialogue to drag people down. He does not engage in dialogue, I don't think so, to be performative. I've not seen him be performative personally, right? I've not seen him engage in dialogue in order to make himself look good. The way that he engages in dialogue with people on this app, I generally think is something people should start mimicking to some degree. Because I think people do not understand that you can have an issue with people. He's a mediator. He's more of a mediator style. And I think that he doesn't necessarily assume bad faith, and he doesn't want to dogpile, and he's not in it to destroy people. He seems to be, exactly what Kiara just said. He seems to be good faith. And I think you just have a lot of people who are not good faith. And I think you have a lot of people who are also they personalize shit a lot. Too much. And I really, if Jaden had someone, like right now, right? I just said, I don't like Jaden. Okay? At least from my experience of Jaden's going to be like, all right, I don't care. I don't think Jaden's going to go host a live showing why he should be liked. Do you know what I mean? He doesn't take it as personally. And to me, this is where, I think narcissism obviously is used way too much, but there's a lot of narcissism in these creators that if they're not loved entirely, that there's just an issue. They just lash out. They get very defensive. Yeah, like Jaden doesn't give a shit. That's healthy.
Racist. White men. You have a bigger.
And Jaden, if you do give two shits, I can message you privately what my issue is. But I don't hate you, just to be clear. Just to be super clear. Saying you don't like someone does not mean that you dislike someone, if that makes sense.
Like, we gotta get her.
Okay, I know this is going to make me look like a grifter, but Melissa, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that makes you look like a grifter.
I really appreciate that, Melissa.
We gotta get her, and you were just like, nah, you can't get me. Get out of here. I gotta watch the replay. Like, this shit sounds like a highlight reel. Like, you walked into the room like you owned that bitch and was just like, yeah, this place sucks. We gotta cut the crust off this shit sandwich. And everyone was just like, nah, bro, we're doing great. And you were just like, yeah, you would think you're doing great, you fucking bitch. Like, get that shit out of here. Like, you hate black people. You're just a white boy. You learned empathy because of 9/11, so you understand what I'm saying. You only have a platform because you're white. You suck at debating and still have a platform. I don't know what the fuck you
I will say one of my favorite parts was
Phil, thank you for the $5. Continue the grift. Thank you so much, Phil.
and said, oh, well, you know, Dean sends me raids all the time. Like, so he's helped amplify my voice or whatever. And then I go, oh, okay. So Dean, have you ever sent a raid to a black woman? And then he was like, it's like, oh, I have Athena up all the time on my platform. And I said, that's because you guys are friends.
Have you ever raided Athena?
And then someone was like, and then the league person was like, oh, you're moving the goalpost. I'm like, no, because Dan brought up raids. So I was just
So like we watched the video, right? We know what was said. I don't have to go over it.
She accurately described what happened, though. She did accurately describe what just happened. I disagree with her on it. Like, I feel like I've seen Dean has raided
the answers now. And then I said,
marginalized communities.
It appears that the political TikTok on the left is a circle jerk of men sending raids to each other. They didn't like that.
I think that's true as well.
She says they didn't like that, as if it wasn't taken as valid criticism, and everyone replied like respectfully.
That was not taken as
They
criticism.
didn't like that. We watched it.
That was not taken as criticism.
And he even said he would try to do better. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Or Natalie, excuse me. Thank you.
I didn't hear that part of the live. Maybe I didn't hear it.
Bro, I don't know what to tell you. Like, Alina was like, I did so bad the other day. Oh my God, I got dogpiled and I couldn't relay my points. And then I was like, what'd you say? And she was like, I taught all the niggas about quantum physics. None of them knew about quantum physics. I taught them all about quantum physics. And I'm just like, I couldn't do that. I probably could do that, but I didn't. You did. It's a dub.
Why is it? I mean,
I just wish it was more clear.
Mac, chill out. God damn, Mac, chill.
I guess L host in the chat. L Alina in the chat.
That was literally all I got. It was L's all. But you know what's interesting is I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any.
I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any. This is another thing. First of all, so this is evidence that she was not harassed, right? Right? Thank you. This is evidence from Alina's mouth. That's number one. Number two, I said in my Discord, I'm a little bit insulted that she thought my community would send her hate DMs. But we're going to go ahead and watch it again for Alina, who's watching, and for the Alinas.
That was literally all I got. It was L's all. But you know what's interesting is I expected a lot of hate DMs. I didn't have any.
W.
And so many people were like, oh, I don't follow you. And I said, bye, bitch. I don't care. I actually got a lot of followers. So
she got a lot of followers.
Resonated from that. And I did get people in my DMs saying, like, thank you for speaking up and all that.
Look at that. She got people thanking her for what she said. So
No. I'm gonna shut him down right now. No, shut up. She said she didn't get hateful DMs. She didn't say anything about comments. She didn't say anything about comments.
From her own mouth.
Nope.
Put that to bed.
That's not her own mouth. Nope. DMs are not comments.
Water under the bridge. Just
wrong. Nope. That's nope. Bad faith. Bad faith. Absolute bad faith. She said she didn't get hate DMs.
That's what's up. That's lit.
Hate comments are very much more common. I've gotten multiple hate comments in this live. People won't DM me.
But yeah, I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I gotta go have dinner.
Yeah, go have dinner.
But
what are you eating?
Chili. We made a big thing of chili. I say we, but it's not with me.
She started this with being let people up.
Guess, but I think people just put it. But it's supposed to be L host because Alina's doubting herself.
Or Dan let people up without my permission.
But yeah, you should watch the.
So to recap what we've watched. Respectable conversation takes place.
I agree with that.
A day later, she goes live and claims she was not harassed at all.
Nope, she did not say that. That's a lie.
She was dogpiled.
I didn't hear her say that. Sean said that.
Timeline.
Sean said that, not her. Am I wrong? Didn't Sean say that?
In the timeline is that I see this video, and in my Discord, I say two things. I say I'm insulted that she is implying. Okay, bro.
Malik was condescending towards her, but I did hear that she had been condescending towards him, but I didn't see that.
I was bullied after 9/11, and that I was insulted that she thought my community would attack her. She's like, I was surprised. I thought I was going to get a lot of harassment. Those two things insulted me, and I commented on them in my Discord. And
which you're allowed to do.
To my knowledge, is what they're referring to as bullying.
Okay, so you didn't do the memes yet.
Now we're going to go.
Well, where does she call it bullying?
To Erica's live.
Okay, because where's the bullying? Agree with you, Nicole, on that point. You can receive hate from a live, but not from a community.
Oh, actually, before we go to Erica's live, we need to go to my live at the very end before I raid Erica, because that's very important. Because they claim that I raided Erica specifically because she was a black woman and specifically because of the conversation that we had. In reality, I raided Erica because someone in my chat said, hey, we should raid Erica.
Okay. But those two things are not necessarily contradictory.
We love Erica, just to be clear.
We do. W's in the chat for Erica. I'm going to go through these. I have to go through the spiel. This is now the 12th time. Spiel number 1. Nobody from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. Number 2, Erica has nothing to do with this. She didn't know anything during the raid. She does not have anything to do with this drama. Erica's amazing. I love Erica. And the only thing I will say about Erica is that you should follow Erica. Do not ask her what she thinks about this situation. Do not approach her about this live at all. Erica's just vibing, okay? She was vibing during pickle time, and she's vibing.
If you're really that concerned about Erica, why did you keep saying her name? You could have made it anonymous to some degree, just to be super clear.
I don't remember what day it was that we raided Erica. Give me 1 second, chat.
Okay.
Discord's being weird.
Yeah, Discord's being weird. Okay, so just recap while he's finding that clip. This guy's named Dan. I didn't know him until 2 hours ago. He was hosting a live 3 weeks ago. He was part of the Un-F America tour. And Alina came up with criticisms on the tour. And a lot of those criticisms were the fact that white men were leading the tour. And basically, Dean then joined. There was some back and forth. Tashika, not me, all right? Then Alina joined. Alina had criticisms. Dean joined. Dean responded to those criticisms. They tried to get Alina to admit that it's a net positive that the tour is. And that was it. Then Alina, from what I saw, likely had a conversation with Sean where she expressed that she felt dogpiled on. And she may not have been objectively dogpiled on, but you're allowed to feel dogpiled if you're in a group with multiple people disagreeing with you. I understand that feels like dogpiling. Like, even if it's not objectively, that's not crazy to feel as though you're being dogpiled. Someone told me that he did a call out live. So yeah, he's doing a call out live on Alina right now. And so he then said that it was clear that Alina shared some private feelings with Sean. And then Alina held a regular live. And during that live, she talked on what happened on Dan's live for, what was that, 10 minutes? And basically, said it just was not a great experience, that there was dogpiling, that that Dean's explanation was not sufficient. Like, she characterized it. And she characterized it in a way that was favorable towards her, but didn't say anything that was overtly wrong or overtly mean. At least I didn't see anything. And then what happened is Dan then told his community to go raid a black female creator. And that black female creator was mutuals with Alina. And Alina thought that Dan was doing this performatively in response to Alina's criticisms 2 days prior. So when Dan's community started coming in, Alina said, ooh. That's it. Ooh. Because she didn't want, she thought that Dan was sending people to a Black female creators live in order to look good. And that then resulted, I think, in Dan making multiple memes mocking Alina in his server. And he is now hosting this live because he claims that Alina's community has been bullying his community and accusing his community of that.
People too, so this should trigger you. The bend
So
over
now we're back.
backwards for a man that lies to you and takes money out of your pockets. It makes sure that you won't be able to afford a home just because.
So this is him about to refer people to go to Erica's live.
You're making.
I can't, man. I can't. To be that.
I know this guy did not just scream that we were defending a rapist and then sat there and defended a adjudicated rapist. Like Peter, you're fucked.
This is very childish.
Overturned, and he said, "Are you guys defending a sexual assaulter?" When you said it was overturned. Yeah, no, that was
gotcha. Because now that I guess the court system too is in on this shit. I don't.
Okay.
Stanley, I love you, but this is probably not the live to join.
What's going on? Somebody talking about defending PDFs?
We're trying to find the last 2 minutes of this live.
So skip to the last 2 minutes.
This is the final guest. So yeah, this is my non-politics account. I'm actually going over some drama. But yeah, just wanted to say hi.
Hey, no, but on seriousness though, I need to talk to you about something unofficial from your lives, and I feel like this was the best time to get you.
Hit me in my main account DMs.
Interrupting a main.
Is it this one?
No,
What?
This is my third account. This is my no politics account. It's Dan Malik.
Damn, dude. You said third account. You sound like somebody trying to get with this girl, but she keep blocking every account that comes up, bro. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, hey, who wasn't an 18-year-old guy that was love struck by someone? But anywho, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'll hit you up on. So it's
Dan Malik. You're following me. We're friends on there.
Okay, all right.
I do not understand this exchange.
No problem.
At all. Okay, so he's hopefully going to go back to playing the live.
Anything else you wanted to?
No.
So again, for reference, he's about to play the clip where he basically told everyone in his community to go follow a Black woman's live, go join a Black female creator who was live.
In hell, Satan can find it. I don't understand this. This is a 19-year-old kid that is willing to sit here, defend this shit with his life. Like he can't let it go. 19 years old, and they talk about indoctrination.
No.
What the fuck is going on with our future?
Bro, he may as well just be tattooed on Donald Trump's taint at this point. Like, he's just so deep in there.
Okay.
I was so close to ending this live, Neely. I was so close. I said, let's end on a high note.
I was just about to ask you to pull out the video, too, of him saying that he didn't know who she was, and then the picture of him saying, oh, that's my wife. But I'm glad Neely came up, because that was... I like exposing assholes like that are willing to speak on the internet for 600 people and just prove that you're a piece of shit.
Sorry, how big is Dan's biggest account?
Piece of shit.
Can someone tell me that?
I want to say, I really don't know that. Has there ever been a group of people that have been this much of a minority but had this much hatred towards them as the trans community?
Yeah.
It's insanity. People are willing to just
think so.
Yeah, you can make an argument for just throw away every other aspect of their life because they hate trans people. I don't get it.
One thing I'm dying to ask them, and eventually, hopefully I will, is could somebody have convinced them that they were the opposite gender? Like they're so worried about this teaching the youth and
so he does have a following.
Like you think this is something
And he's this sensitive?
just be like, oh, okay.
Wow.
Stupidest thing I've ever heard.
When this kid said that he learned it in school, that would have been high school.
No, Dan is live right now. That's why I have his user up there. So you guys can go watch him if you want. I was listening in and now I guess I'm critiquing.
Anyone else does with their lives. You want to be trans, you want to be purple.
So they're playing a live from 3 weeks ago
It's your life. You do what you want with it. It's
to
not my business. It
prove
shouldn't be anybody else.
that he really does support black women, I guess.
People have the audacity to tell other people how to live and makes them super weak and insecure. Period.
All he could say was the common sense ideology. What is that?
This has been going on for 6 hours, Tashika.
He doesn't know.
He has no idea.
This is all because he claims Alina's community was bullying his and lying on his name.
It's late.
Magas can't spell or anything. Come on, they'll hate it.
Yeah, no, they will. But it's late. I think I want to wrap up. I think, you know what I want to do? Oh, wait, Angela, I'm sorry. What did you say?
No, honey, you're fine. Go ahead.
Oh,
not all of us are adults, Tashika.
We usually just peter out the live by either playing contextual or me yapping or opening card packs. We could do like a big raid. Like we got 600 people. We could do a.
So he just said he never does raids.
Everyone to watch this. Okay, watch the chat.
He just said we never do raids.
Watch the chat.
So wait, Alina was right.
I just said it here. I want to do a big 600 person raid. And so I wait for chat to give me a recommendation.
Let's watch chat.
Okay. Raid. Let me see. Hold on. First, Emmanuel. Thank you for the $2. That's the work of the alt-right pipeline of Charlie Kirk, Michael Knowles, Matt Walsh, etc., creating this Trump youth. Yeah.
Amen.
And that's what the Unfuck America tour is all about.
I'm waiting.
That's everybody. Go watch the alt-right playbook on YouTube. There's good stuff about that.
Megan using the word homies.
Yeah, we could do Wordle.
Interesting.
All right, we'll do.
No, Dan, you need to go.
No, we're going off. We're going off. Next time. All right, Angelina, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.
Okay. Let's see who's on.
Pag. He said, let's see who's on. That means he looked. There's a way for us creators to see who's live, by the way. I think Erica.
I think Erica is on.
I also saw Pax.
This is Dan looking at the people he's following.
What's your point?
Now, I had seen Erica on boxes before, but I'd never actually seen her live.
So you didn't even know Erica?
Following her prior to this.
So you picked a random black woman then? So Alina's right.
Erica Shanty. See, I mispronounced her last name.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend someone to raid a live of someone I barely know.
Because I've learned to check what people are doing before you raid, because one time we raided during a very serious topic.
Not raiding Alina.
Now, I also remembered her name because Alina had recommended her yesterday.
So Alina's totally right then.
Now, this is me seeing.
Dude.
She's up to on that live.
You're not proving yourself right.
She's not. She's not currently doing anything political. She's
means
dancing as a pickle at the moment. Yep.
So he also knows Alina's there.
Okay. But maybe next time. Wait, I'll pull it up. Hold on. You guys got to see what she's doing.
Oh yeah, let's mock the black woman.
Okay. TikTok. Okay.
You're laughing at her.
Now, if you're in your head, you watched.
You laughed at her.
The comment. Me go to her page. Me see that she's pickling. And me saying, maybe we shouldn't raid. And then, you know what? Maybe we should raid because it's so silly. And you thought I'm being performative by raiding a black woman?
Yeah.
The country's over. We're never going to win.
100%. I think you're being performative.
It's over.
Why are you referring to a black woman you don't know anything about?
Like, be fucking for real. BFFR.
I thought Erica was like a mutual friend of yours or something.
It's like,
what are you talking about?
Exactly. Yes. And that's why my chat was so excited to go. She
told you yesterday about Erica's lives, So then today,
Okay.
you send her and then you laugh at her playing pickle.
You guys.
I was neutral at first, but I think I'm getting closer to Team Alina on this one.
Said when we arrived. And for the...
I would say ooh as well.
That's just lying. I don't know if you're one of Iris's friends. You're saying all she said was ew? Nope. I'm going to show you the other things she said.
All you told me.
I lied.
What do you mean one of Irish's friends? What? Don't drag me into this, bro.
Take it somewhere else.
Screenshot.
Okay. As I said before, the Discord is semi-private, so I am going to hide the usernames, but I am going to post all of the messages.
It's not semi-private. That's adorable.
Here's the first message. As we were all coming in and saying, Dan Raid, ew, from Alina.
Okay.
I was also accused of raiding specifically because she was there.
That is why.
In gingerbread outfits. I didn't know she was there.
They literally said in the comments.
Because we were under the impression everything was cool.
Everyone go over there and say it said Alina's over there. It definitely said Alina was over there.
Okay. So that's the first thing. Next in my Discord.
She said, ooh. That's the meme? Screenshot. Oh. Screenshots of these, please.
This raid is wild, especially when they are all talked shit about you last night. If by talked shit, you mean me being offended as a Middle Eastern man when you said I can only feel empathy because of 9/11? Is that talking shit? In my own fucking Discord? Is that what talking shit is?
Yeah, you were talking shit, which is fine. But you were talking shit about her.
Next.
Yes, you were talking shit about her, Dan. Are you confused? Which is fine. And that's also not Alina. That's someone named Shorty. Holy crap. This is wild that he's so upset about this.
Raid performative.
Someone grab a screenshot of that.
Why? As we just proved by watching my live.
It was performative.
Let's look for a black female creator to raid. I just read the first comment of a creator.
User, from what I understand, he's the one who said that himself. That he learned about empathy partly due to the discrimination he suffered after 9/11.
Waiting for KL to come in with sorry I lied, also for hell to freeze over. Next! That's
someone screenshot that, please.
What did she call it? Performative? Do you want me to zoom in more? Do you want me to zoom in more? Neely is my mod, by the way.
Okay, performative. And? You're hosting a live
what is that word?
On a woman.
Let's sound it out together.
Wait, you're hosting a live on a woman for 7 hours because she said, ooh, performative. Maybe I'm just used to being bashed on this app, but like...
Wait, she answered my tune and says, y'all never come here, so yes, it's performative?
Exactly.
We didn't go there because I wasn't following Erica. And when she was recommended to me, I started following her and rated her. And I thought that's what she wanted from Dean. Rated more black women. And now it's a problem.
She wants you to care about it.
Sometimes my brain no good.
Not just do it. She wants you to care about it. The fact that you don't know the black women suggests you are being performative because it doesn't matter which black woman. You donkey. How do you not understand that? They're not saying just refer to any black woman. Candace Owen is a black woman.
I literally said nothing. LOL, y'all can go... Hold on. I'll drag it.
Oh.
Y'all can go stay way over there in your performance bubble. Performative bubble.
Oh
you know,
my
this is
God.
attacking my community. If you don't attack my community, then you're welcome to think that. That's fine.
You're a weirdo. Oh, now I'm totally Team Lena. Oh, you're such a weirdo now, bro. This is the bullying?
Like, you're wrong, but that's fine. Attack me all you want. The moment you attack my community, you're going to get receded on, okay?
Performative bubble.
If you're performative, doesn't that mean Alina is as well? No, Alina can't be performative. She's Alina. I don't see that as an attack.
She could be performative.
Calling the raid performative based on nothing is an attack. But you know what? If that doesn't do it, Pika, there's more. If that doesn't do it, there's more.
See, I can't get involved in this because I've been labeled too much of a racist to get involved in this. But like, I would love to join Dan's live right now and point out to him, yes, you referring everyone in a raid to a black woman you know nothing about is performative. It's not complicated.
I'm genuinely curious. What's the goal here tonight? Not trying to be rude, just tired and unsure. I want to debunk lies that are told about my community, and I want to defend my community.
What lies?
If you think that's problematic, I respect your opinion, Jaden, but I'm very protective of my community, especially when they're being lied about.
Did your community ask you to protect them, you weirdo?
Snippy, yes, but not attacking.
Screenshot.
Okay. We'll keep going. There's more.
There better be more. Hang on, guys.
For last, 1 second.
We're going to get a little messy here. And shame on you all, because the moment I said we're going to get messy here, I know.
Oh, hold on. This was from TikTok.
I know you all said finally. And shame on all of you for that. You all should be better people than that. But I'm going to join on my real account. And I'm going to start having opinions now. Ready? Oh, I just joined. So it begins. Okay. Someone got a screenshot of that while I was... Oh, sorry. Guys, in season chat, stop texting for a moment, please. Actually, season chat, hold on a moment. Let me just mute you guys from my live. Hold on. Okay, season chat, you're good to talk again.
Okay, hold on. We're almost there. Oh, move it over. To which side?
I've lost all respect for Dan, allowing all the vile comments. Okay, who's DG? I mean, someone called her a hoe. Someone called her a hoe. DG, are you really close with Alina, or are you a supporter of Alina? Do you co-host with Alina? And like, there was at least one comment saying she's vile. No, sorry, there was at least one comment calling her a hoe. So like, it's not crazy.
Okay, there's one more screenshot from the Discord, and then I'm going to show the memes. Okay?
DG, were there more comments, though? Because as he was going through the comments, there were too many comments for me to really look at them intensely. But I was seeing a lot of negative comments towards Alina, but I wasn't seeing vile comments. Did you see vile comments? This is, unless there's something more, this is insane.
I found another one. Hold on.
This is insane. This is sensitive, reactionary. This is you needing to be loved by everyone.
So this is like actual gaslighting right here. Why did someone named Dan bring people in to attack Erica's mods? Literally, they were attacked first. They were just defending themselves.
So they did attack Erica's mods. And what's annoying about this is I assume this... No!
This right here... Oh, not that one. Sorry.
Okay, hang on.
This right here...
Is there anyone in here close with Erica? Is there anyone in here close with Erica?
To say about one of my community members. You know this is my good friend's live, right? You aren't welcome here.
Yeah, you're not welcome.
If you don't think that's an attack, you're too deep in the Alina cult.
What are you talking about? You're not welcome.
You can see it.
That's not an attack. You're not welcome. I'm not welcome in most goddamn platforms on this app.
My good friend's live, right? You aren't welcome here. By the way, again, Erica has nothing to do with this, but Erica loves the Daniverse, and the Daniverse loves Erica. Why is she speaking for a woman of color? Why is she speaking for her friend and preventing a 600-person raid from coming in?
Why are you speaking for Erica, followed by Erica loves me in my community? I'll say that again. Why is Alina speaking for Erica, followed by Dan saying, Erica loves me and my Dana universe?
And if the memes offend you, that's your prerogative. But if you don't think that's enough for me to be upset,
it's not.
I don't know what to tell you. Just reverse the roles. Can you imagine if I said that to Alina in Johnny's Discord? I've never seen them. Respect, Pika. If you haven't seen all the information, that's totally fine.
Time for me to comment. Oh, hold on. I gotta put you down.
You know, Pika, you're good. W for you defending your community, Dan. It's the least I can do. Okay. Now, what everyone's been waiting for, the memes that were apparently us bullying her for 10 days, even though the memes came after this.
Oh my God.
All right. But before I show you the memes, we got to do this for the 15th time. Number one, nobody in my community will be DMing, harassing, or reporting anyone involved. That's number one. Number two, Erica has nothing to do with any of this. Erica is a lovely person, a brilliant mind, and a great creator. And the only thing I'll say about Erica is that you should follow Erica. She did not know anything when we raided her. She does not know anything about this drama. Erica is not
Sorry,
involved.
guys.
Please do not involve her. Okay? Those are my two big disclaimers. Now the memes. And listen, y'all can call the memes petty. Sure. I think they're a little petty. But I think I've earned the right to be petty after all the things I just showed.
No, you don't.
Okay. We're almost done, chat. We're almost done. Just going to post the memes, and then we'll wrap it up. And tomorrow, maybe I'll wake up and I'm canceled. That'd be fun.
Is that an invitation?
Yeah, it's been a journey.
All right. I just posted. It got deleted.
Dan, we have you back too, you know. I just want to be clear, by the way. My community, yes, I'm going to bat for you guys now. I don't want you guys to ever defend me in a situation just because it's me. If there's a situation where I do something wrong,
you did something wrong.
If there's a situation where I do something wrong,
you did something wrong.
I want you to call me out and speak to me on it. Irish, you critique Alina for speaking for Erica, yet Ken just said loves Dan and the Daniverse. Oh, well, that's because I spoke to Erica and we're cool. I was at the Unfuck America tour with Erica and we're cool. We did not discuss Alina. We did not discuss this live, but we discussed our communities and they both like each other. Well, I mean, I guess I don't know about the Alinas over there. So Irish, why are you instigating, bro?
I don't think I'm instigating. This is just
a weird challenge. Impossible.
This is called logic.
Wait, Jonathan F. Now you're actually bugging.
How am I instigating?
You're actually out of your mind. Okay, we're going to the memes. Irish being weird, Jonathan F. being weird. This is weird behavior.
Okay, hang on. I got to get screenshots of this. Hang on, guys. Hold on. Because this is wild.
Literally spent the weekend there, but okay. Yeah, like we spent 3 days together.
How was that instigating? That was a valid criticism.
Irish is simping. Oh, God.
Okay, he's laughing
On your mic, that's Marco
at
Rubio.
saying Irish is simping.
Crazy he spelled her name wrong. Oh, God.
Sorry, guys. I'm holding this very awkwardly. Hold on one sec. I can't get a good angle. Hold on. Sorry, guys.
Okay, so here are the memes, everybody.
Yeah, I don't know Erica, so I can't spell her name. So?
Too big.
Guys,
I made after she said,
I know it's annoying.
Welcome in Erica's Live.
Okay.
I think it's funny.
I don't get the humor, personally. Alina fans, you took everything from me. Daniverse, I don't even know who you are. Doesn't Alina have more followers than you, bro? Like, I feel like that's you just putting her down.
Pray for memes like this.
Like, when you say you don't know who she is, you literally are hosting a 7-hour live on her. This is so weird. I don't see the humor in that either.
Ooh, this one's fun. This one's fun. Alina, I hope you're watching for this one.
See, I understand the idea behind it. I do. I just don't think any sort of depiction of violence is and I know it's not violence. I get it. I don't love that meme. I just don't love that meme.
Oh, I gotta zoom out. Hold on.
I don't really find that funny.
They are so innocent.
Personally?
Yes, I made them. I made all of these.
Yeah, you seem triggered, dude. Like, you seem really fucking weirdly triggered. These are not funny.
And yes, I am a little bit proud of my meme game, I will say.
Why? What does it say? Whichever Alinist is in here that claimed we were talking shit in my Discord. These are not funny. These are not grossly offensive. They're just unfunny.
It's a little bit more serious.
Don't make me tap the sign. People of color are not a monolith. I agree with that point.
Good. Oh, this one's so good.
Really?
Next one.
You strike me as someone who brags about being really good in the bedroom.
10 days is the issue.
Where did she say that? All right. Dean should raid more women of color. Hey, let's raid Erica, Dan's chat. Not like that. Yeah, not like that. What she's suggesting is you should listen to black female creators.
Listen.
Learn which ones you agree with.
Apologizes for how she spoke to my community. She didn't even need to apologize to me. If she just apologized to my community, I'll bury the hatchet and everything's cool.
If she apologizes, I'm done with her. I'm just going to be real. If Alina apologizes, I'm no longer good with Alina.
They aren't even tagging her. It's making light of the situation.
Again, I understand his point.
Your meme game is weak, but some of them are funny. Well, I appreciate that.
I don't understand why he got so pressed.
In case you guys can't see what the cyclist is putting into his wheel, it's when she said ew.
Yeah, you look. Yes, you are acting.
This one isn't even about Alina.
You are acting like you fell over after she said
"ooh." I showed you. I made in like less than 3 minutes. I was cooking.
Dude, these are so mediocre. These are so below mediocre.
And now this next meme is actually roasting Dan.
Who made this man think he's so smart?
Meme.
Shame on all of you for making this man have such a big ego. Shame on all of you. Shame on everyone in the Daniverse.
If whoever's seen Breaking Bad and knows the clip,
this so weak.
Is so good. This next one is so good.
Alina, Dan Raid, the whole thing, all of this. It's okay.
They think you spend hours on the memes, don't they? I mean, the timestamps are all there. Never speak of her again after this. I have no intention. When this live ends, I will not speak that woman's name again unless she wants to apologize to the community.
Hey, Martin, good to see you, bud. Unless she wants to apologize to this... Dude, you're a lunatic.
This one's a little silly.
Really? Alina, you can't defeat me. Just a literal reality of what happened is documented by your words. I know. This is so cringe. You're so mediocre, bro.
Nah, I don't think people understand how long ago we could have discussed this. Yeah, I was planning on doing this live way earlier, but I waited until after the tour.
All right, so Alina, I would ask that you ask Erica for the full chat logs from that live, because Erica has access to them, and it would be useful for you to show how his community was talking to you.
Okay. The next one I'm about to post is the first one that's not mine. Jonathan crashing out in the chat. Okay, this one is not mine.
Be happy that women of color are being uplifted per your request. Center myself. Okay. I hate your smile.
And then this, I think, might be the last meme I made. Because it's 3:18 a.m. When I posted this one. Crashing out because you're not funny. No.
These
you
are
saying
so
that
lame.
none of these are funny? Come on.
None of these are funny. You're not funny, bro.
Lesson learned, Dan. Never do nice for anyone else again. No, I am not going to let this change me. I'm going to continue to raid people that my community recommends.
You never raided before.
I trust my community's judgment, and I'm glad they recommended Erica because she's amazing at what she does. All right.
Okay. Is that your...
just memes make some back? Yeah, no, I agree. I think that would have been a good idea.
I'm sorry, where was Alina's bullying? Is it the ooh and the performative? Is that it? Okay, hang on. I got to ask that question because I'm confused. So Alina saying ooh.
Okay. Thank you for all joining us. Thank you all for joining us. Excuse me. It's 3:09 right now.
Performative.
Thank you all for joining us for tonight's edition of MSNTC. This live will be documented.
Question has been
Alina
asked.
doesn't talk to Erica anymore per herself in Irish's chat.
You seem really concerned.
That's wild.
Oh, what happened? I just got blocked? Damn!
Mods, I am putting a block all Irish accounts.
Why?
I am so good on Irish.
What did I do?
I haven't blocked Alina though. Alina's welcome to whenever she wants to come and apologize to my community.
Alina bullied you. I didn't bully you.
Thank you all for hanging out. I hope that we don't have to do another one of these. I hope that if any creator wants to lie about my community, they recognize that my receipt game will not be defeated.
Your receipt game was weak. As weak as your memes, bro.
I hope that we can all put this behind us. As I said before, I'll say it again.
I'm kind of pissed, to be honest.
No one from my community is going to DM, harass, or report anybody involved in this live. And Erica has nothing to do with this drama. Erica is a lovely person and very good at what she does, and you should all follow her. But
you only got to know Erica because of Alina, bro. I didn't see Alina's lies or bullying. What are you talking about?
You're a little low.
It's doing it again. Okay, I just had one very important question really quick. Paint. Are you really still using paint, Dan?
Yeah, what the hell? That was so
That's
embarrassing.
the most important part of all of this to me is that you were using paint. What is happening?
I don't know.
Hang on. Let me quickly join on my alt.
That's all.
Give me 1 second. You can't join on my alt. You can't block Irish. How dare you? How dare you? So insulting. All right. Okay. Let's join on that alt.
So yesterday
I'm coming for you, Dan. All right, we're back.
That's going on, or if she's about anything, I'd love to see that. But the next time I'm in my live, Alina is not a person we talk about.
Oh, how brave of
Should
you.
all be done now. Paint is how Donald Trump put MS-13 on Garcia's knuckles. I do want to shout out Caffeine for making the background, the MSNTC. W's Caffeine. I want to shout out all the mods for doing their best to keep the peace in the chat.
What about blocking me?
Which one?
This was 7 hours. I saw no bullying from Alina. I saw no harassment from Alina.
1 second.
Everything's computer.
There it is. Yeah, like I said before, this live is going to be documented on YouTube. Anyone can go watch. I highly recommend. If you don't know the full story, you could just watch it on the YouTube. I don't hide anything. I don't delete. I don't delete any of my VODs. I don't delete any comments in Discord without it being talked about. So, like, if there's a problematic comment, we would talk to the person. I personally did not delete any comment related to this. It's all available. When is the bullying part? I don't know what you're referring to. Hey, you're hiding whoever.
Someone just asked, when is the bullying?
It will be called, I'll tell you right now, 1 second.
Gosh, if only we knew the person who asked that question.
It will be called something with T. Whatever I started with.
Gosh, who's that rando asking the pertinent questions?
I think I put T in the name, but it'll be the most recent bot. Oh, I'll show you guys how to find what I'm talking about here real quick. So when you go to my YouTube, okay, there's going to be 3 tabs. There's going to be the videos tab. This I neglect so much because I'm just of the type of person I am. Would it be problematic to rate Carbon? Wait, why? What's wrong with Carbon?
Are you an idiot that you don't understand why that was asked?
Then there's shorts. What you want is live. So this is where all the live VODs are. Oh, just a bit of drama is what it's called. Okay, so when I end the live,
did you rate my live?
This is going to be posted as a 6.5 hour live or whatever.
That's great. You're insane, bro. You're insane.
You know, I have no problem with Carbon. Wait, is Carbon live now? Should we rate
They're
Carbon?
suggesting Carbon because he's black.
Anybody from this live? We probably shouldn't rate somebody from this live because Dan, don't rate anyone. It's misogynistic. It's performative. We'll save raids for the next live.
Thank you, Maddie.
We're not doing a raid for this live.
Maddie's got the right idea.
Call it a mystery raid. Ooh, okay, yeah, okay. Carbon. All right, let's raid Carbon. But you guys don't have to say raid Irish is crazy. No, we're not doing that. You guys don't have to say
why.
Just go watch Carbon. Carbon's awesome.
If someone wants to go over there and say Irish would like to invite you to his live, feel free.
The next T live is probably going to be when I reveal.
Because I'll happily talk to him, because this is ridiculous. Honestly, this is ridiculous. This should be solved in 5 minutes.
Can someone post Carbon's at? Erica is perfect. Erica is perfect. Wait, if Erica's live, let's read Erica.
Oh, look at this little.
Irish cordially invites everyone to his live. I'm good on that.
Why? Because you don't like being called out on facts? Because where's the bullying part?
We sure all Carbon's mods are chill? I don't care. Listen, I'm going to raid people that my community recommends. And if
Because you don't watch any black people, is that why?
behalf, that's their prerogative.
I don't know why I'm getting heat. I feel like I've been really open about all of this.
All right. Carbon had someone on the panel saying Dean is racist and calling us in chat D-Riders for Dean. Oh, God. Wait, is this going to be drama? What I really don't want is to bring drama into someone else's live. Wait, which live is Alina in? Oh, yeah, let's go raid that.
I really, really think that I could solve this issue for Dan in like 10 minutes.
Irish, he will turn on her too. He's a misogynist. Yeah, listen, I don't know anything about Irish, but what everyone in the chat is telling me, and from what I heard from him, he seems very bad faith.
What the fuck? So wait, am I going to host a live on you now? Because you called me bad faith? Bad faith, but ooh is a problem?
Wait, I want to see how far. Kick him out. Wait, so I could just like, oh goddamn, I can do a lot. So I could like own them as slaves. Bro, the slave owners, the slave owners would love you, Chad. They would love.
That hurts my feelings.
Non-citizens,
but it is what it is.
We're gonna raid Carbon. I swear, if any of you talk about, like, if you come in and bring the drama there, I will be very upset. Okay. Just raid and watch because Carbon's a great creator. And yeah, you don't even have to say Dan raid if you don't want. I don't want credit or anything. Just go enjoy the live. I love you all so much, except the ones that are haters. You know what? I love you guys too.
What is wrong with this guy? Eamon, well done, buddy.
But anyway, I hope you all have a great night. Once again, I just got to thank the Daniverse for being the most intelligent, empathetic, hilarious, and welcoming group of people. You are the best.
They just called me misogynistic, unsafe, dangerous, blocked me.
Lost my mind after election.
Hey, Dan, the Daniverse is very mean and judgy. Dan.
Thank you all so much, and I hope you have
Let me take a wild guess, Dan. You're not going to host a live now about me, and I'll be super clear, Dan. The Daniverse is mean and judgmental and overly protective of you. There, I have spoken ill of the Daniverse. Let me take a wild guess. That because I'm not a woman, you're not going to host a 7-hour live because I said the Daniverse. It's not my cup of tea. It's definitely not my cup of tea. It's definitely not my cup of tea. What the hell was that? So, like, I just don't understand why people can't disagree nowadays. Like, I just don't understand why people can't disagree nowadays. Like, I know what he's talking about, right? I empathize with the part where he feels prejudged, ostracized, and isolated. I empathize with it. Happens to me a lot. It sucks. Really sucks. It sucks going into lives and having people denigrate you and not really know anything about you, right? So I get that part of it. But A, that's part of being a creator. B, is it coming from a place of hate? Or is it coming from the fact that Alina either A, has personal beef with you, which she's allowed to have, or is it coming from the fact that Alina believes that you may actually be misogynistic? And given the fact that you just held a 7-hour live on her for saying, ooh, she may not be wrong. Live on her for saying, ooh, she may not be wrong, Dad. Like, call me crazy, but like, she may not be wrong. And for people, I want to be super clear. For anyone who thinks that I am simping up to Alina, I want to be super clear. Alina is unsafe for me. Alina will never be my friend. Alina will never be my ally. Alina will never go to bat for me. And Alina will, at the drop of a misogynistic thing, turn on me in a heartbeat. I don't consider Alina a safe space. She's so unsafe. So unsafe. However, Alina a safe space. She's so unsafe. So unsafe. However, she's not wrong in a lot of the shit she says. She's not wrong that most men do prove themselves to be more misogynistic than not. She's not wrong that you are centering yourself in your emotions over valid critiques. She's not wrong about any of that stuff. And she's not doing it simply because, yeah, her community hates me. Alina's community despises me. But, like, why are you taking it so personally, bro? Why do you have to be loved by everyone? Why do you feel entitled to that? That's weird. I just don't understand. That's weird. Now, you talked about receipts, and you showed no receipts. You literally showed no receipts. The receipts are what you call receipts. You showed a 7-hour live from 3 weeks ago, where, as you said yourself, you thought it was all resolved. Okay. What we wanted as receipts was Alina bullying you and bullying your community and attacking. You used the word attacking your community. Alina's words verbatim were ooh, which is a word a baby uses. Her attacking you was literally the first word a baby learns. Ooh, because I think. Now, I don't like being called performative. I don't like that it means that my morals are questioned. I don't like that it means that my intentions are being questioned. I assume that I'm being called performative for one of two reasons. A, I am performative and I'm not aware of it. Or B, because of the fact that people like me ordinarily are performative, and that people who I may talk about are fed up with people like me constantly leading people to feel safe and then disappointing them. And so they're preemptively calling me performative because they have learned through a pattern of disappointment that people like me and you, Dan, end up being nothing but disappointments. And instead of me getting upset about that, angry about that, I get sad about it. I understand you feeling sad, Dan. But instead of getting upset about it, I ask myself, what has that group of people been through that has made them believe that anything that I would say could be harmful? What is it that has happened to that group of people that would make them think that every person like me will end up betraying them? Do you know what I'm saying? That's how I take it. I take it more like, holy shit, the amount of crap that you must have been through people like me, or people who've said things like, or people who've made arguments like me, or people like that. That's what I don't understand. So, like, I just, and you were definitely called out. I'll say it again. Pika is not my mole in that server. So Pika may be a mole, I don't know, but they're not intend to do a live that was going to turn into this nonsense. I honestly thought the conversation that was going to turn into this nonsense. I honestly thought the conversation that he was playing from 3 weeks ago was a good conversation and interesting to listen. And I don't hold that position. I agree with her critiques of it, but I don't hold that position. And so if I had a bias, it was probably against Alina's position. But I wanted to listen in and see what was going to happen. And I was waiting to see Alina bullying. I was waiting to see Alina harassing. I was waiting for Alina lying. And I didn't see Alina lying. I think that, again, I may be wrong, but I don't think Alina said that you guys dogpiled her. I may be wrong, but I swear what happened was Sean suggested that Alina had had an off-app conversation. And I heard Sean say that you had said you were dogpiled. And I understand that he may only understand or respect the first definition of dogpiling. And I understand that he may only understand or respect the first definition of dogpiling. I feel like that's a very common definition of dogpiling. But I feel as though, feeling as though there's 4 people against you, that could feel like dogpiling as well. Nat, for your question, Nat, when you say, how is a raid performative? I can answer that really simply. It's performative because I think Alina's critique was that white men should be amplifying voices of marginalized communities. And that part of that is by platforming people from marginalized communities and by sending raids to people of marginalized communities, right? And so Dan heard that, and Dan thinks to himself, oh, so I'll just tell everyone in my community to raid a black woman and we're all hunky-dory. That's perfect. I've done what I've been asked to do. But that's not what Alina would have meant. What Alina would have meant was for you to start developing a network of people that you start recognizing are voices that you agree with, are voices that you that have shared views that are common to your views, are held by you as well, and that are saying things that you think should be said and that your followers should hear. You just picking a black woman out of a hat is performative. That's performative. The other part that I would say is not performative, but that genuinely think you have a problem. I started totally neutral, and if anything, a little bit less Team Alina. But Dan, I think you've got a major problem, bro. As for the other part of it, it was performative because people in the chat, he can't say, and I may be wrong, but as far as I remember, the chat not only said that Erica was live, especially after a conversation that was at least when Alina characterizes that raid as performative, yeah, I think she's valid. And had she also added that this was antagonistic or that this was insensitive, I don't think that would have been wrong either. So Dan, your receipts were bullshit on that. And Dan, you lied on Alina's name. Dan, you 100% lied. You mischaracterized what she said. Alina was very clear. Alina said that she expected to get hateful DMs the next day. And you mischaracterized what she said. And you said that she got no hate or harassment whatsoever. Dan, that's not what she said. She said she didn't get hateful DMs. Every time I do a live, I usually get a couple of hate DMs, but not always. But I guarantee every time I do a live, there's hundreds of hateful comments. Hundreds of hateful comments. So Dan, you mischaracterized her by saying, see, Alina said she didn't get any hate or harassment, but now she's claiming she did. See, Alina's a liar. And you're using bad evidence. Your evidence is there's one way to communicate hate, and that is via DM. And you're saying that because hate was not delivered through that one medium, hate was not delivered at all. That makes you a liar, or it makes you bad faith, or, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, it makes you stupid. So you're either liar, bad faith, or stupid, or maybe you've got a lot of exuberance. But whatever word you want to use to characterize it, Dan, you are wrong. You were wrong. You were real wrong. And so Dan, what I've seen from you so far is that you mischaracterized what Alina said and tried to weaponize what she said to throw it against her. And you also completely got overly triggered by someone who appropriately said that your raid was performative. And then you took it so personally. Good night, Twig. You took it so personally that a woman said, ooh, that you held a 7-hour live. And Dan, let me be super clear, Dan. When you said you did this to protect your community, unless the word community is a euphemism for your ego, then I think you're also lying. You didn't do this to protect your community. Because when you use the word protect your community, you're implying your community was at risk or threatened by Alina. That never happened. Never happened whatsoever. So I think, Dan, honestly, this was a case where you felt misunderstood, which may very, very, very well be valid. A valid feeling that you were misunderstood. And I think you felt, what's the word I'm looking for? Not shunned, disregarded, maybe? And I feel like that combination of things, feeling misunderstood and disregarded, turned into something insane in your head that led you to do a 7-hour live that was not necessary at all. What you could have done is gone live and said, hey, Alina thinks that I'm performative. I just want to say that disappoints me. And I would like to not be performative or perceived as performative. So if you see me do anything performative moving forward, let me know. That's it. That's literally it. That's all you had to do. But you didn't. Instead, you held an entire 7-hour live where on one, and you were mealy-mouthed as fuck, Dan. You were incredibly mealy-mouthed. Gavin, Alina is not with me. Gavin, let me be super clear. Alina does not like me. This is the weird thing. It's crazy, right? But you can speak on things where from a moral standpoint, you share a person's values, but from a personal standpoint, you don't fuck with the person. Alina doesn't like me. Her community hates me. That doesn't mean that I'm going to be Team Dan. That's like, what are you, children? Like, you make it sound like you're going to high school and there's basically tables. And you're like, are you with the cool kids table or are you with the nerds table, nerd? What are you talking about? It's weird stuff. And so, I don't know. It's very, very odd to me. And by the way, Chantel, Jacoby, and Shay. Chantel, Jacoby, and Shay, I'm inviting you up. If you have a problem with me, feel free to share that problem. But like, this is like part of the thing that's like weird, is that people love to say stuff in the comments, but they never, I don't know, they never have the gumption to join and say it live. Anyway, this was not drama, by the way, from my standpoint. For me, oh, Shay, great. What is your opinion that you want to share with people?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear. Chat, can you hear her? I think we can hear you. Fine, go ahead.
Okay, like, I'm not trying to come off rude or anything, but like, it just always seems to be like taken to the extreme. That's the only thing I was like saying.
What is always taken to an extreme?
Like, you kind of like takes it to the extreme. And like, I'm 18, by the way.
Okay, how have I taken this to an extreme?
It's just like, I don't see the need to like call him out for what.
I didn't call him out. This was call out live.
You have him as the background.
Correct, because we were listening in on his live, and at first, I was being supportive. I thought his opinion, I thought the live that he was replaying was really interesting.
Okay.
Okay, so what is it I did that you're disagreeing with? Because while I was live, he then started streaming my live, and he assumed that I was saying bad things about him, which I was not. And then his chat started saying all these bad things about me, which I didn't care about. And I continued listening. And as I was listening, I was waiting for the receipts. And he never showed the receipts. He never showed receipts that Alina was attacking him. Alina said, ooh, and that he's performative. That's not an attack. And so when I then went into his chat, I asked him 2 questions. And in response, everyone in the comments started attacking me. And in response to my 2 questions, I got blocked. And one of my questions was, so her calling you ooh and performative is bullying. That was one question. And then the other question I had was, you're critiquing Alina for speaking on behalf of Erica, yet you're telling everyone here, Erica loves you and the Daniverse. That's a valid question. I didn't go over there and say, hey, Dan, you look like that weirdo comedian that everyone says is a racist. I didn't say, hey, Dan, you look like an asshole. Hey, Dan, your head looks weird. I didn't say any of that. I asked him two valid questions. So what is it exactly I've done that you're upset about? This was never a call out live. This was actually, that's why I have his name, No Politics Dan. I was telling people, go listen to him over there. I'm sick right now, so I wasn't able to hold a regular live. And so I was telling people, feel free to go over there, but I'm sitting at home right now, listening to this live for the past hour. I found it interesting. So I thought I'd go live so people can listen along with me if they want to, because I'm bored. That's how this started. So what exactly are you upset about what I did?
Okay, well, I'm sorry that you're sick.
It's
I
okay.
guess it is like, I didn't know that he was like hosting a live about her for 7 hours. Like, that's a little bit weird.
For 7 full hours. And during that time, he repeatedly said on one hand, and this is what makes him mealy-mouthed, he repeatedly said, do not attack or denigrate Alina. But on the flip side, he was saying Alina is a liar. Alina and her community are bullies. And Alina and her community harass communities of other creators. I don't know how you would host a 7-hour live calling someone a liar, a bully, and that they have a community of people who will harass you, while also saying, but hey, don't hold that against them, guys.
Yeah, that seems kind of weird from him. I don't know, like, he probably, I don't know.
And Gavin, you're a liar. Gavin, you're a liar. When you say he did not say her community bullies or harasses, you're a liar. And Selena, you're also a liar. He absolutely did. So Shay, do you have a critique? Because respectfully, I'm not fighting with you, but it does annoy me when people come in here and they're saying things that just seem detached from reality.
Well, I mean, if he didn't have any receipts about what he was saying, then I guess it doesn't matter.
He did.
But at the same time,
He did. He showed a screenshot of Alina saying ooh, and Alina saying that they exist in a performative bubble. That was her receipts. Sorry, I'm just waiting to see what you thought of those receipts.
oh yeah, well then, I mean, there's no telling if it was performative or not because there was also a lot going on at that time. I mean, when was this? When did he send people over to her live?
When did he send people over to... He never sent people over to her live. He sent people over to a creator named Erica's live. And just to be clear, while he was calling her a bully, and the only receipts he showed was her saying ooh, and her saying that they exist in a performative bubble, and also her talking on the live about what happened. The other things that were shown was these receipts of him posting multiple memes in his Discord where he's mimicking the idea of stomping on Alina's head, but Alina doing it to herself. Let me just go through each of these, because to me this is bullying, but in my opinion, like from my perspective, in your Discord, look, I just think people need to relax. Like, it's okay to do stuff in your Discord where you're venting, but I mean, this is bullying, but you're bullying in your Discord. I wouldn't go after him for this. I wouldn't say he's a bad person for this. I wouldn't say he's an evil person for this. But I think it's really crazy to me that he would call what Alina did bullying and then have this going on in his server. He would call what Alina did bullying and then have this going on in his server. That's weird to me, personally.
Hi, real quick. You keep forgetting when she said, "This is my good friend's live, and you're not welcome here."
I remember that.
Well, you keep not mentioning. You keep saying I am only doing this because she said "ew," but there were several
No,
comments.
you said she was bullying, and you said she was okay. So we're talking about the bullying and harassing, right? If you want to say that she's racist for speaking for black
That's
people,
what I said. I said she attacked my community. Do you
how did she
disagree
attack
that
your
saying
community?
that we are not welcome in someone else's live is an attack?
Okay, so Dan, let's go. Like, I'm not being bad faith. I'm really not. Okay. You are claiming that she, and you did say her community, attacked, bullied, and harassed you and your community. From my perspective,
This is what I'm gonna do.
hang
7 hour
on,
live.
Dan, respectfully, I just want to ask. From what I saw, your receipts were she said, ooh, called you guys performative, and then said you're not welcome in her friends community. Is there something else Alina did that you think constituted attacking, harassment, and or bullying? Her or her community?
So again, you're saying that I said she harassed my community. I said she attacked my community. I don't know why you're putting words in my mouth.
Because you did. Look, I may be wrong. I won't die on the hill, but I'm pretty confident. I'm pretty confident. During that 7-hour live, you said she bullied and harassed. The attack was not the word you used the most. That's the word that I thought was the most damning word you used, but you were using the word bully and harass.
Harass usually implies like off the platform. So I'm pretty sure I didn't use the word harass in those 7 hours in regards to.
I think they're all euphemisms.
By the way, it took 7 hours. Just so people are saying, "Oh, 7 hours, you're obsessed." It took 7 hours because it was a lot of receipts that were misrepresented. The problem is that we had to watch a 4-hour live because she claimed things happened in that live that didn't.
Okay, Dan, I don't disagree with you. I didn't see the misogyny per se, right? I didn't see the misogyny, but I also respect the fact that as a guy, I may not be the best judge on misogyny, right?
Totally fair.
And also, I think the worst group of people to ask, do you see the misogyny? Are your supporters, Dan, right? So like when I do something bad, I don't usually ask my chat, hey, chat, tell me I'm a good person. I don't do that because I know my chat is the worst group of people to give me objective feedback on my behavior. The worst.
I don't know what to tell you. A majority of my community are women, and if I can't trust their opinions, then what the fuck am I supposed to do?
The majority of my community are women. I do not trust them to be objective in all times in calling out my misogyny at all.
Okay.
Do you really think?
I trust my community.
Wait, I want to be super clear. You really think because you have female friends or female supporters that means that those people are going to always call you out and hold you accountable for your misogyny?
I have asked on so many occasions.
Dan, I'm not fighting, but I have asked a couple of direct questions. You've avoided them.
Wait, okay. What's your direct question that I avoided?
Sure, the earlier one, which was, is that the totality of your evidence that she attacked, harassed, or bullied? Okay, great. So let's go back to that question. What is the additional evidence? Because I thought the only evidence I saw was her saying, ooh, performative bubble, and you're not welcome in this chat. What other evidence of her attacking you and your community and or bullying and or harassing them is there?
Okay, so in regards to me, and like I said, I wasn't going to make a live if it was just me, but in regards
Let's
to
just
me,
focus on the receipts, because look, as Dan, you're not good with receipts.
Okay, so what you're doing right now is you're interrupting me. I'm giving you...
No. Just tell me the stuff. I don't want to hear explanations. Just tell me the other things she did. Anything out of your mouth should be, Alina did this. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to keep it focused. That's all.
Alina implied that I can only empathize with marginalized communities because of 9/11. That was in her live. That happened after I thought everything went well. Alina implied that the people on my panel were...
Can we go one by one?
Sure. Let's start with that one.
Okay, great. So, am I wrong? Did you not bring up 9/11, or did she? Who brought that up?
I brought it up.
Okay, so Dan, listen, I believe that we, dudes like ourselves, should be able to empathize with other communities. And I think it is harmful to suggest we can't. And I think it is useful to use our personal experiences to do so. And I think you were trying to communicate that by saying, I experienced this, therefore, I would like to think that that gives me insight that allows me to empathize with a community, right?
That's not what I said.
Well,
The problem is
Jesus,
you're talking
hang
about
on.
Kevin
What
Online.
is
You
it
didn't
you said?
watch it,
Well, hang
bro.
on. What is it you said? Because that would
I
be.
said, I personally don't think that in my life I've experienced marginalization outside of the years directly following 9/11. And so I don't believe that the empathy I can feel for the Black community or for the trans community or any other marginalized group, I don't believe that that empathy is coming from my experience with 9/11. I believe it's coming from me being an empathetic person, which is why I also said that I do think white people can empathize, even though they can't understand what marginalized communities go through. That's what I said. It's all in the
Okay.
live. It's 7 hours. It's 7 hours because there was a lot to go through. Now,
No,
if you want to believe
you need to
Irish at his
clip better.
word,
You need to
if you want to
clip
believe
better.
Irish at his word, you can do that. If you want to believe Elena at her word, you can do that. But we went over it. It's recorded. I delete nothing, and it's on my YouTube.
Dan,
Love you all. Have a
bragging that
great
you
night.
don't. Hang on. Bragging that you don't delete. No one cares, right? Dan,
Love you all. Have a
bragging that
great
you
night.
don't. Hang on. Bragging that you don't delete. No one cares, right? Dan, you just ran. Dan, that was weird. Like, that was just weird. That was weird. Sorry, dude. Like, that was weird. So her attacking you was her mischaracterizing you? Bro, are you for real right now? I was asking you to go through. I was asking you to go through all the receipts. And your added receipt was she misrepresented what I said a little bit. Because what I understood Alina to be suggesting was that it is problematic that people use their own experience as the source of empathy because they're still focused on their own experience. Dan, you didn't do it for 7 hours. I did watch. I was watching for most of it, Dan. And Dan, what we asked for was the receipts of her bullying you. And I was there for the entirety of the receipts of her bullying you. If his phone died, why is he typing in the comments, Neely? Does that make much sense to you? Does that make much sense? So I was there for the entirety of the bullying and the attacking. And I didn't see you show receipts. I saw you do a 6.5 hour receipt. Gigi, when you say Alina does bully in her own lives, yes, she does. I don't disagree with that. His criticism was not, hey, Alina needs to not bully people in her live. I wouldn't need receipts for that. I've seen that. His claim was that her and her community attacked him and bullied and harassed him and his community. I was there for the entirety of that. The receipts that you're showing was you sharing 6.5 hour live from 3 weeks ago, none of which showed her attacking you. So I'm asking you to go through the receipts of her attacking you. Now, if you're asking me, hey, do you think her mischaracterizing what I said is an attack? No, you weirdo. That's weird. I don't like it. If someone mischaracterized what I said, I wouldn't like it. But I wouldn't call it an attack. So, like, when you go around saying you're the receipts king, I'm sorry, you're not. You're not good at receipts. Playing a video from start to finish is not receipts. You know what would have been like receipts? Receipts would have been had you taken your chat and you had extracted it, which you can do. You can extract all the text from your chats. Or receipts would have been had you gone back to your live, you know you can see all of the comments, and then you did a search for the word Alina. You did a search for the word Alina. That's it. And then you would have been able to show receipts showing here are all the comments made by about Alina. And look at these comments. They're not problematic at all. You hosting a live 6.5 hours showing streaming comments is not you disproving it. Because people in your group watching, they're not watching the comments to call out every comment. Receipts would have been you saying, I personally went through this entire 7-hour live, and I went through every single comment, and here is every single negative comment about Alina. Here are all of them. Do you all think that those receipts... Dan, you can laugh about receipts. Your receipts were a joke. Your memes are not a joke. Your memes are cringe as fuck. Like, are you 50? The boomer humor in those memes were ridiculous. So your receipts are the joke, not your memes, Dan. I'll say it again, Dan. How are you going to criticize what I just said? Dan believes receipts are showing a 6.5-hour live. A 6.5-hour live with all the comments streaming by really quickly, too quickly sometimes, in order to be able to read the comments. Receipts would be extracting out all of those comments, which is easily able to done. If you send a YouTube video, I can extract out as a transcript everything in that video in 10 minutes it takes. You would extract out all of the comments, and then you'd go through each of the comments, know what receipts are, okay? I know you're proud of those those memes, just like you're proud of your receipts. You don't know... I know you're proud of those memes, just like you're proud of your receipts. You don't know a good meme and you don't know a good receipt, Dan. It's like you and had a bad opinion of you. And I want to be super clear. Alina doesn't like me, bro. Alina's community despises me. This is not me going to bat for Alina. This has got nothing to do with me being pro Alina. I disagree with Alina on a lot of takes. You know what I don't do? Is host a live on Alina saying that Alina is a bullying person and a harasser and a liar. You called Alina a liar. But you mischaracterized what she did. You did. Neely, you cannot say, and Neely, I know that you're Dan's mod or whatever, right? When you say you just chase drama, you don't care whose drama. So I want to be clear then, you're agreeing that Dan is drama. Is that what you're saying, Neely? Because when I joined, I was listening at the very beginning of the lives. All my other lives are not about other creators, Neely. You're clearly not someone who watches my lives. So when I joined, there was an interesting discussion taking place with Alina, Dean, and Dan, and a couple of other people on the panel, where they were talking about what is good advocacy, especially what does good advocacy mean when the two front heads of that advocacy are two white guys. That's it. And it was an interesting conversation because it's something I ask myself all the time. How can white dudes be good advocates? It's very difficult to figure it out. Neely, if you ask questions, if you be more curious and less judgmental about people, Neely, you wouldn't look so stupid, Neely. Because, Neely, you sound dumb when you say your background pick is literally Dan. That is freaking weird. Because, Neely, if you were in my live in the first 30 minutes, you would have heard me telling people to go to Dan's live. I was referring people to Dan's lives. How the live was going at the beginning, I was like, hey, this is really interesting. I'm here for this. I've never seen this creator before. I like this creator. I liked Dan. I didn't go live to call Dan out. I went live because I was listening to Dan. I was liking what was being said. And I thought it was an interesting discussion. And I wanted to expose my followers to this conversation. It just so happened the more Dan spoke, the more I disliked Dan. That's not my fault. That's Dan's fault. That's Dan's fault. Like, I want to be super clear. I started this more on Dan's side if I had a side in this. But Dan was so unlikable and so bad with receipts that he pushed me away from him. And now I'm being blamed. I'm being blamed for him being an unlikable, bad receipt provider. And I will say that as well, by the way. Red flag to any creator who has in their bio feminist or any of that stuff. Red flag to anyone who has a community they name after themselves. When you name your community after yourself, you're making it sound like a cult, Dan. The Daniverse? It's a little odd. It's weird is all, right? Like, or if it's not weird, it's at least cringe, okay? I'm 2.5 years. Okay, so hang on. Dan, when you say you are not welcome here is an attack, Dan, how should I take the fact that you blocked me when I had not talked shit on your name? How should I take the fact that your chat was saying horrible things about me? Is it fair for me to now say that Dan has attacked me? Is that fair? Because her saying you're not welcome, how's that any different from you blocking me for asking a valid question? My valid question was the exact question I asked you up here. Black, it feels like you're not paying attention to it at all. Like you're not paying attention to the discontinuity between what it is you're saying and what it is you're doing, the contradiction. And it's wild. Chantel, if none of this is useful at the end of the day, watch this. I'm going to do what Dan should have done. I just blocked you. Okay, Chantel, you're now blocked. See how easy it is to move on with your life when people don't like you? You don't host a 7-hour live. I blocked you because you're weird. So Dan, am I now allowed to tell people that you have attacked me because you called me weird? And Dan, how about you rejoin and explain how I'm weird? Why don't you do that? Why don't you actually back up what you're saying? What makes me weird, Dan?
Yes, you can call me weird. I don't care. Just don't fucking
What
talk
makes
about my
me
community.
weird? Dan, you coward. And watch this, Dan. Here's why you're a coward. You're a coward because you have ran from my live twice now. That makes you a coward. See how I'm calling you a word, coward? And then I'm backing up by describing the behaviors that specifically show that you're a coward. So Dan, I'll ask again. You blocked me because I'm weird. Why don't you explain to everyone in here how I'm weird? Or do you just go around talking shit about people all the time and you just get really, oh, you're so boomer. Guys. Ha, 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 ha. Ha, 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 ha. That's so funny. You conflated the idea of a marathon runner with running from a live. We've never thought of that overlap before. That was witty and ingenious on your point. Your community must find you so slapstick funny. This is weird. Okay, I want to be clear. Me hosting a live where I was supporting you at first was not weird. But it became weird when I started bringing up valid critiques of what it is you did. But you hosting a 7-hour live on Alina is not weird. Dan Malik hosting a 7-hour live whining about Alina. Not weird, everyone. Dan Malik lying about Alina. Not weird. That's not weird. Dan Malik being blocked or being told he's not welcome somewhere and calling that being attacked. That's not weird. Dan, are you still
so fucking weird?
Okay, are you his mom?
Yeah, that's my mom.
You need your mom to defend you, Dan?
Yeah, no, she always fights my battles.
Can I ask why?
Well, because I'm a coward. I'm a runner.
You are a coward. I understand that. So do you normally defer to women to defend you from criticism?
Well, I mean, I don't control.
Normally defer to women to defend you from criticism?
Well, I mean, I don't control what women can and cannot say.
Is this not your account?
This is my account, yes.
Okay. Are you not holding your phone right now?
Uh-huh.
Do you not control?
This is my account, yes.
Okay. Are you not holding your phone right now?
Uh-huh.
Do you not control your... Okay, so you do control the ability for people to use your account, correct?
I don't even know... You realize...
People to use your account, correct?
I don't even know... You realize this line of questioning is weird, right?
Okay, what is weird about that? You just said that you don't control
so
someone taking your phone.
Hang
on. I'm still talking. Hold on. You just said you can't control someone using your account on your phone to talk. You can control that. How's that weird for me to point that out?
There is another being that has autonomy and can use their mouth to say words. Okay?
Okay.
I know you've probably never interacted with a woman before, and I get that. But are
you attacking me because I'm queer?
No. If you are queer, I apologize. I was attacking you because I figured you were an incel. But
okay, what information led you to think I'm an incel, Dan?
I don't know.
Hang on, Dan, slow down. It's just weird.
Vibe.
Dan, it's weird how you make all these judgments about people so quickly. Alina is attacking you, and she's a problem, okay? And your receipts are, ooh, performative, and you're not welcome here. And I'm an incel, why?
It's just the vibe, bro.
It's just the vibe, bro. Okay, got it. Okay. Dan, do you want to finish our conversation and tell everyone how it is Alina attacked you?
I did it for 7 hours, big dog.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You showed a 6-hour live from 3 weeks ago. You did not spend 6 or 7 hours showing receipts of her harassing you. You did 10 minutes on her harassing and attacking you. I didn't have to show
receipts of her harassing me because I never claimed she harassed me.
You said attacked.
Oh, attacked and harassed are two different things. Harassed implies that it was like a
I would assume that harassed falls under the word attack. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I think in this context, it's probably you're implying something that wasn't.
You said she attacked you.
You attacked my community.
Yes, great. I asked you again. What are all the ways that she attacked you and your community? And the ways that I listed were ooh, performative bubble, her saying you're not welcome here, and then the next example you gave was that she mischaracterized what you said about empathy. That was an example of her attacking you, but you misrepresented her on your live. So I assume that's not what you really think the word attack means. So what were the other receipts of her attacking you and her community, please?
Great. I already said this before when I ran the first time. If her saying ew to the raid from my community, her saying that the raid is performative, and her saying we are not welcome there, given that it wasn't even her live, is not an attack in your eyes, that is your opinion.
So then that is all the receipts?
Yes. For my community, yes. That is all I needed to make those memes. And if those memes hurt her feelings, I'm sorry, but that was enough.
No. I'm not asking about that. I want to be clear moving forward that I am accurate. That when I say, here were his receipts for using the word attack.
On my community, yes.
Okay.
For my community,
those are the true
There were
receipts.
other things regarding me. But like I said, I don't care if she attacks me.
Okay, so, all right. So I want to be super clear, okay? So attack, take aggressive military action, which does not apply here. I understand that. This would be the one that would seem to fall into it. To criticize or oppose fiercely.
To criticize or oppose fiercely.
You seem to fall into it. To criticize or oppose fiercely.
To criticize or oppose fiercely. You are
and another one here where it says an instance of fierce public criticism or opposition. What was fierce about her saying, ooh, fierce public criticism or opposition? What was fierce about her saying, ooh, performative, and you're not welcome here? What was fierce about that to you, Dan?
Are you listening to yourself? You are not welcome here.
What was fierce about that to you, Dan?
Are you listening to yourself? You are not welcome here is fierce.
What's fierce about that?
She's trying to prevent my community from being in someone else's space.
Okay, what's fierce about that? You understand? Dan, there's this thing. Dan,
Hold on.
respectfully, let me
okay.
just finish.
Irish.
Dan, let
Irish.
me just respond. Let me just respond. Respectfully, I do have a good friend of mine. He's a bit of a nerd,
Yeah, I
really
mean, if you're
bad
gonna mute
sense
me,
of
I'm
humor.
gonna leave. I don't mute people
Sure.
on my
Well,
live.
don't interrupt me. But don't interrupt me. So don't interrupt me. It's that simple, right? Didn't you talk a moment ago about autonomy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you agree that people are allowed to draw boundaries, right?
Yeah, she's not allowed to draw a boundary for someone else's life.
Did Erica say that?
If she did, what would you think?
Did Erica say that?
I said it before and I'll say it again. Erica has nothing to do with this. Stop trying to drag her into this.
You're dragging her into it because what you're saying is that Alina. What you're saying is that Alina usurped. Oh, now you're running. You're saying that Alina usurped Erica's power and crossed the boundary, whereas what Alina did was use her best judgment to draw a boundary for her and her community and her friends' community. She may have been wrong on that boundary. She may have been. She may have been overly enthusiastic or overly eager or overly exuberant to draw that boundary. That's not an or overly eager or overly exuberant to draw that boundary. That's not an attack, Dan. It's given super fragile that you would call that an attack. So if everyone in here, and if there's people in here who are Dan's buddies, okay, fine. Let's take a poll. Dan is now on the record that he will do 7 hours. 7 hours he will do on a live addressing you if you attack his community. And he defines attack by the words, ooh, overly performative, and you're not welcome here. I don't even know how to take that seriously. Let's do a poll. Do you think that what Alina did constitutes an attack? Smiley face if you think that constitutes an attack. Crying emoji if you think Dan is a bitch. Crying face if you think that was an attack. Crying face if, sorry, I messed up. I gave contradictory instructions. Wait. Smiley face if you think that was an attack. Smiley face if you think Alina attacked. Crying emoji if you think that Dan was being a bitch. So smiley face if Alina did attack, or crying emojis, Dan was being a bitch. Dan, you don't get to vote. Maybe I should have explained that to you, Dan. And Dan, can we talk about your racism? Because that would be something that I don't want to address, but someone else would like to address. That you mistook.
I voted crying emoji. I was being a bitch. I thought you couldn't trust your community to give you fair judgment, but now you're taking their vote. Of course, they're going to side with you.
Fair judgment on me.
Oh, fair judgment on me. But fair judgment of Dan for sure. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, fair judgment of you.
Okay, go ahead and talk at me.
Talk at you? I mean, I've been trying to have a conversation. You just run when I ask for something very specific from you.
Yeah, go ahead. Ask.
Okay, so is Emma still here? And if not, can someone share this with Emma right now? Do you know that you were attacking a black woman in your comments named Emma, who you were referring to, at least from what Emma told me, that you were referring to as Tashika?
This didn't happen at all. I did not refer to Emma as Tashika. If she wants to provide any evidence of that, I'd love to see it.
You didn't mix them up whatsoever?
No, I did not.
Okay, can I ask why it is you decided to block her for what was a pretty innocuous comment?
I don't remember what the comment was.
Sure, let me find it. There, that was the comment. Let me turn off the comments so you can read it for a moment. Hold
on. I can't really see which comment it is.
Right there. You read it out.
No,
just to be clear,
you read it out. It's cut off on my screen.
Sure, I'll read it out. Emma said, "I'm not joining." I mean, she misspelled it, but she meant to say, I'm not joining a live with gross men and a pick-me-up.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it. Yeah. Yeah, she called Rhea a pick-me. And so I blocked her. Yeah, I'm good on
You
that.
blocked her for that?
Yep.
Why?
Because she was attacking somebody on the panel.
Didn't you just suggest that the people in my comments are pick-me's for me?
When on earth did I say that?
You said they were just voting the way that I want them to vote.
All I did was turn your logic around on you. You said that
So you don't agree with what you said then?
Okay. You know when you interrupt, this is actually, please, I beg of you guys, if you are listening to this, you understand what he's doing, right? Like,
okay, I won't interrupt. Go.
Thank you. Okay. So I was using your logic against you because you said you don't trust your community when you ask them a question. So I was using your logic against you because you said you don't trust your community when you ask them a question about yourself, right? So I shouldn't trust my community when I ask the women in my community if I was being misogynistic. So I was saying it's silly for you to use this vote, ask the women in my community if I was being misogynistic. So I was saying it's silly for you to use this vote as some kind of good faith reason for that I'm wrong or that I'm a bitch, and that's fine. You can call me a bitch. I don't mind. I don't mind if everyone in chat calls me a bitch. But for that I'm wrong or that I'm a bitch, and that's fine. You can call me a bitch. I don't mind. I don't mind if everyone in chat calls me a bitch. But I was just showing you that logic doesn't make sense based on what you just said. Does that make sense?
So then, sure. So let me ask you this question then. Do you think the people in the chat are voting objectively? So then, sure. So let me ask you this question then. Do you think the people in the chat are voting objectively or because they're pick-me's for me? Because the vast majority of my community is women. The vast majority. So do you think they're pick-me's, or do you think independently community is women? The vast majority. So do you think they're pick-me's, or do you think independently they have come to the conclusion that you were very unfair in using the word attack?
Okay. The use of the word pick me
were very unfair in using the word attack.
Okay. The use of the word pick me towards a woman.
No. That's not the question I asked you. Dan, that's not the question I asked you. So I'll ask the question again.
Go ahead.
So do you I asked you? Dan, that's not the question I asked you. So I'll ask the question again.
Go ahead.
So do you believe that the people in my community are pick-me's who are just telling me what I want to hear? Or do you believe that the vast majority of people in here objectively are pick-me's who are just telling me what I want to hear? Or do you believe that the vast majority of people in here objectively believe that you were grossly wrong in saying that Alina attacked you in your community?
The second one, I guess.
Wrong in saying that Alina attacked you in your community?
The second one, I guess.
What was the second one?
That they objectively believe it. That's fine.
Okay, great. So then you agree then that objectively most people disagree with your characterization. That
in this
Alina...
live.
Okay, great. So then you agree then that objectively most people disagree with your characterization. That
in this
Alina
live,
attacked you.
Correct. In this live. Most people in this
well,
live.
Well, why are they doing it in this live? If it's not because they're pick-me's.
Okay, so what you're doing, now that I answered your question.
I'm asking you.
I'm going to answer it. So you're using the word pick-me here to create drama. The use of the word pick-me against a woman, please do not interrupt me. I will leave again.
Hang on, so stop. We don't have to use the word pick-me. We don't have to use the word pick-me then.
Okay, go ahead.
We don't use the word pick-me.
All right, what word
are you saying that people all picked the answer that I wanted in order to please me, or do you think that they objectively believe what it is they voted? Which is it?
Well, I mean, objectively is difficult, but I do think the people that voted that way are either Irish fans or Alina fans. So, yeah, no, I do believe that.
Okay. What is the difference between a fan who will do whatever it is you want because you're a fan and the word pick me from your perspective?
I mean, I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to speak to why the word pick me is misogynistic to say to a woman. If you'd like to bring a woman up to talk about that, that's fine. That's not my.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you that the word pick me is misogynistic to use. I think, however, ordinarily, if a man uses the word pick me, I will object. ordinarily, right? Or uniformly, I will. If a woman is using it, I usually won't, because I don't think it's my place to police a woman in using what I perceive to be misogynistic language, unless it's like an overt slur or something. So I was just curious, what was it about what they said that you thought was so bad that you would block them and call them out?
I'm going to say this again. If you'd like to bring up women to talk about why it's misogynistic,
but you're the one who blocked her.
Yeah, and I don't care.
I don't want to hear other people's opinions. I want to know you.
You know what? I'll block Irish too. I'll block Irish. Watch.
Okay. Why do you get so triggered when asked really simple questions?
I just get triggered. You don't watch my live. That's the thing. This is what I do. I crash out, and people love it. They watch it.
Okay, is that you as a person or you as a performer?
No, I'm a performer. I'm not a real person. I don't exist.
Okay, all right, you're not funny. So try to be a real person for 2 seconds. How about that?
No.
Yes, go ahead.
So why did you block her? Because you had lots of people saying, like, you had lots of people who were saying block her. Because you had lots of people saying, like, you had lots of people who were saying bad things in your comments who you didn't block, who you didn't notice.
Like what?
Sure. We have that live, fully recorded. Will you put your account on the line that I'm not able to find comments of people saying things that are block worthy that you allowed to stay in the live? Are you willing to put your big account on the line? Because you were willing to bet your account before, right?
The problem here is that we're probably going to disagree on what is block worthy, because you already said that.
Oh, let me rephrase it. More block worthy than using the word pick me. Are you willing to put on your account that there were people in your comments who did not get blocked, who were making more block-worthy comments, first of all, the obvious one was that you had to be told to block RC after he was making all these horrible comments. You didn't even mute his comments. So you allowed RC to make a whole bunch of disgusting comments, and only when people were saying, hey, block RC, you then said, okay, go ahead, and you didn't even bother muting what he was saying.
Okay.
So I know for a fact there's a bunch of comments that I saw that were worse than what Emma said. So I'm asking you, why is it Emma hit a threshold to be blocked? Was it just that she didn't like you? Because there's lots of people in the comments right now who don't like me. I don't go around blocking them or whining about it.
Disingenuous you're being. I get a lot of viewers in my live, so sometimes I don't see all the comments. When someone mentioned RC, which I had blocked on my main and my backup, but not, I guess, on my no politics account, I was like, oh shit, RC's here, and I scrolled up to block him. If you think I should catch every single comment, then I'm sorry. I apologize.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
Sounds like what you're saying. Yes.
Is that what I said?
You're saying that I needed to have someone tell me.
Is that what I said? I'm not asking what it sounds like, what you interpreted to be.
Okay.
Is that what I said?
All right. This is what's going to happen. All right. I'm about to run. I'm a bitch.
I'm not surprised.
I'm a bitch. I'm a misogynist.
No, you're not. You're not a bitch. You're not.
Let's flip this, please.
I mean, you are a bitch, but that's not the main criticism. The main criticism is you had a 7-hour live because someone said ooh and said you're not welcome here. That's fucking weird, dude.
I had a 7-hour live because it took that long to go through all the receipts proving all of the lies that Alina told about my community. So now what I'm going to do is
you did not have receipts.
I am going to leave. That's a great opinion for you to have. Continue. Go ahead.
What was your reason for hosting the live,
Dan? Over. We have a difference of opinion.
What was your reason?
We have a difference of opinion, Irish. That's it.
Dan,
there's no more conversation. You cannot perform drama anymore with Dan here. Okay,
Dan,
I'm going to run.
Your stated reason.
I'm going to run. Okay.
So then run.
And then
don't
if
announce.
you can watch the 7-hour live. It's on my YouTube. I will not take it down. But you are no longer going to be able to farm drama with me here. Okay. We just disagree on the opinions here. So I hope you have the day you deserve.
I love how me calling you out for attacking someone over shit that they didn't do. That's drama. But your 7-hour live is really important to protect my community from the mean girl, Alina. What a fucking weirdo you are. Like, seriously, what a weirdo you are. For 7 hours, you were denigrating Alina, saying that Alina had attacked you, that she is unsafe because she's going to harass your community, that Alina's a liar, that Alina can't be trusted in what she says. You do that for 7 hours. And then I'm asking you factual questions. What you don't like is someone calling you out on your lies and your nonsense, you baby bitch. Holy shit, that was crazy. And for people who are in here saying I do this for view, do you not realize I change my account every few months? Literally every few months, I change my account. I don't give a rat's ass about followers. Yeah, psych, you're right. I have a record of involving myself in other people's situation. That's correct. What is wrong about that? What is wrong about me saying, hey, Dan, it's inappropriate for you to host a 7-hour live saying that someone is attacking you, is a liar, and is harassing you? What is wrong about me saying, hey, that's not really appropriate? Can you explain?
Hey, buddy. What's up?
I just asked, that question was for you.
So ask again. What's the problem?
Sure. What is the problem you have with me, quote unquote, getting involved or having an opinion on other people doing things?
Oh, there's nothing wrong with having an opinion, of course.
You seem to have a problem. You said Irish does have a long track record of involving himself in these situations for years now. Is that a positive or negative thing in your opinion?
It's just a statement of fact, right?
Is it a positive or negative thing in your opinion?
It's a statement of fact. Have you been involved in multiple different situations, drama or otherwise?
What does that mean to say? So when you say involved, what does that word mean? Everyone who goes live is involved in something, right?
Do you have a direct connection with this situation, or are you involving yourself in it?
I am pining on something that had nothing to do with me. What's your issue with that?
Nothing. Why were you so upset that I pointed out a fact?
I'm not upset. I'm asking you.
No, that's it.
Why do you think that's problematic or inappropriate?
I do not. Why would you think that I say that?
So then you don't think it's a negative thing?
What was the comment that I said in the chat?
I'm asking, geez, why is it so hard to get a straight answer out of people? I've asked you multiple times. Is it a positive or negative thing that I do what I do?
Generally, I'll say it's negative, but I could say some positive outcomes.
Why is it negative?
Because you are involving yourself in situations you have no need to be in. Am I wrong on that?
So if I'm walking down the street and I see a man talking aggressively to his child to the point where I believe that that man may be aggressive to the child, and I step in, that's me involving me in something that doesn't involve me, right?
And how is that symmetrical to this situation?
Because you seem to be suggesting that getting yourself involved in other people's conflict is a bad thing. So now you have to elaborate more and explain why is it bad in this situation if it's not bad in the situation I just described.
So let me ask you this. Do you have all the
How about you
information
answer my fucking question, dude? Why do you keep doing this? Just answer my question, and then you can ask me a question.
So you do this thing where you try to lead somebody down some way. I'm not going to do that with you, okay?
I'm asking you a question.
And I've answered multiple times, different ways. What do you want me to do, buddy?
Because you're not answering my question. If you think that's me leading you down a way, that's me trying to get you to answer the question and not pivot or deflect. Why is that wrong? Okay, what would you like to ask me then? I'll show you how to answer questions, and maybe you can learn from my the way I'm doing it. Go ahead.
So my question that I asked you earlier was, do you have the full story from everybody's side?
I have a sufficient amount of the story to opine on it.
You don't have the full story then?
I have his full story.
Okay, and?
I answered your question. You asked me the question. Do you have the full story? I said I have his full story. I haven't heard from Alina.
And did you see the live or the VOD?
Yes, I went live originally to support his live. That's why I have the name No Politics Dan up there, was not to tell people to go REPORT, but to direct people over to his live.
Fair enough. I don't know your intentions, so that could be true. So
It's
fair
almost
enough
like
on that.
you may be the person who doesn't know, right?
About
So
what?
what's your next question? Because I don't want to
Screenshots?
lead you down somewhere.
Well, you brought me up here, so
Correct.
What do you want?
What's your next question? I told you what I wanted, and you wouldn't answer my questions.
Let's backtrack a little bit. All I said in your chat was you have a long track record of involving yourself in situations for years now. That's what I said.
Correct.
And then apparently that drew your attention to bring me up. So why? Why'd you bring me up over that?
Sure, because I can tell a passive-aggressive comment when I read one. And that was a passive-aggressive comment. You were stating
Was it
that
really?
as a negative thing. Do you know how I
if you
know I'm right?
How do you think you're right?
Because I asked you, and you said it's more negative than positive. So you confirmed my assumption.
Is it wrong that's more negative than positive?
I didn't ask you if it's wrong. I said that I read it as passive-aggressive. You just tried to be like, well, that's just how you read it, bro.
Well,
and I just
let me ask
explained to
you
you preemptively I was right. And I'm asking you to expand on why is it wrong? Why is it wrong for people to insert themselves into other situations? Because I think it can be wrong sometimes. Why do you think what I do is wrong?
Because it can draw community harassment, whether it's from your group or from others. Not saying it's you directly, obviously. Like,
Great.
Dan's,
Let's do this very simply. Who have I attacked that you disagree with?
Let's see. Oh man, there's a few. Like you've been around for a while.
Great. Who is it I have gone after that you think I should not have gone after? That's usually what it comes down to.
Let me think. There's a few. Like I don't know the situation with Bobby because I know that's recent.
Bobby, hang on. You don't know the situation.
Nope. That's why I'm
Great.
moving
So
on.
Bobby, sure. So Bobby is reporting women's rape to the police against their consent. Bobby is filing FOIA reports to prove that women didn't report their rape. Fact. Absolute fact.
Like
Bobby is using women's rape to torment them and make them feel intimidated. That's what Bobby's doing. I can prove all of that.
Great. Not saying that's about
you said the name Bobby. So, I mean, sorry, but that was your first sort of answer. What's your next one?
Well, I said I don't know anything about that. That's why I'm not going to.
So why did you bring it up?
Because I was going off of recent situations.
Great. So what? So name one then.
What happened with the Peterson situation?
Peterson had children, absolute children, no question, children, in his server, along with people that he identified as PDFs. And when he was corrected on that, he lied, deleted chats, even though we had all the chats, pretended it didn't happen, and deleted evidence of the fact that the minors were very clear they were minors. Then, when he was reported to his school, not by me, he lied and told people that I had reported him to his school to get him fired. And then he blamed the school for being too woke because there was evidence in his Discord that there was a decent chance that some of the minors in his server were in his school. And there was definitive evidence that he was talking about the children from his school in his server. So that's why I said, you know what Peterson is doing is wrong. And you know what happened as a result of that? Find me now a creator who does not have an 18 plus rule on their Discord server. I mean, that was the result of me doing that. To be really, really crystal fucking clear, that was the result of that. So what is your issue with me involving myself on the fact that Peterson had people in his server that were children and people in his server who he didn't just think were pedophiles, he literally assigned them the Discord role pedophile.
What are you asking me specifically?
Well, you seem to have a problem with that. What was wrong about me doing that? You seem to say me involving myself in other people's issues is wrong. What was wrong about that?
Assuming most of that's true, along with the speculation.
What do you mean assuming? Did you not watch any of my lives or see any of my receipts or join the server that has all the receipts there? Did you not do any of that before forming an opinion as to whether or not I was wrong?
So, when I asked you, but I didn't make a comment about
I'll take
the
that as a
situation
no.
specifically one way or another. I said, tell me about the Peterson situation, and then you did. Thank you for that. Now,
great. Hang on. I'm not going to allow you to hang on. I'm not going to allow you to do that. I asked you to name people who you think I was wrong for getting involved with, quote unquote. Peterson was your first answer. Do you think now that you have been educated that I was wrong for what it is I did?
Firstly, I didn't say wrong. I said you've been involving yourself in situations. I didn't say it was wrong or right, did I? Don't insert the word wrong.
Yes, you do.
No, I did not.
You can play semantics. It's boring. It's transparent.
It's really not semantics. Wrong and right are two very different words.
Uh-huh.
So, and that's why I asked you, tell me about the Peterson situation, because I didn't want to assume it was
so do you think that me getting involved was negative now? Yes or no?
No, actually, in that situation, if what you said is true, and you said you have receipts, so...
Great, so what's the next one that you think was negative or
also mentioned
not helpful?
School, which is it public information, or is that not?
Is what public information?
Well, you did say it wasn't you that did that, but was it somebody in the community that found out where his school was?
Say that again?
You said that somebody in your community or somebody you know or somebody you're involved with.
I didn't say that.
Found out. Then who was it?
I said he blamed me for doing it.
So was it not somebody that's your follower or in your community?
It could have been anyone who was watching my lives who saw what I was sharing. Because what I was sharing was disturbing.
Great.
I'm sorry, do you want me to do a call out on the man who reported Planet Peterson to his school?
I mean, that'd be equally fair, wouldn't it?
Why would that be fair?
Because doxing is wrong, right? You would agree
How's
on
that doxing?
If it's not publicly available information.
What do you think doxing is?
If it's not forward-facing information, as in it's not behind a paywall, then it's doxing.
We're talking about someone reporting someone to a school. How is that doxing?
Was the person from that school, or is it somebody from another one?
It could have been someone in Jamaica. How is that doxing?
How did he find private information of Peterson?
What private information? He makes videos in his school. He makes videos in his school.
Does he show his school's name in any of his videos?
I have no idea, but Peterson's name was public information. He had a public LinkedIn. He had public everything. What is the doxing part? It's not doxing to look up someone's information and then file a report when you're worried about kids, bro. You want me to call out the person who reported Peterson, but you're having a problem with the fact that I called out Peterson. That's wild.
I said he's a bad person. Fuck him.
Great. So who's the next person you think?
Let's talk about community responsibility then. Like,
who's the next person you think I shouldn't have talked on?
I'm trying to get to the meat and potatoes of this. So
who's the next person? Who is the next person you think I shouldn't have gotten involved in?
Why do you keep saying that? I said you shouldn't.
Because you did. You said it's negative. You said it's negative.
You interpreted it as negative.
I asked you directly. You said it was more negative.
Yeah, more negative than positive.
Great. So I asked you directly. You said it was more negative.
Yeah, more negative than positive.
Great. So I'm asking you, which person did I get involved with do you think was negative of me to get involved with? You understood the question. You went from Bobby, you went to Peterson. So who's your next one?
Irish, you've done this for so long that it's hard to remember specific people.
Well, why do you talk on shit you don't remember?
What do I talk on shit? Getting involved in something that's not does not involve you, dude, is not the right thing to do. Like, that's
what are you doing right now?
You invited me up.
What are you doing right now?
You invited me up, right?
Did I put a pew pew to your head and say that I'm going to unalive you if you don't join this live?
No, but you were so nice to invite me.
So you're able to accept the invite, right? You had the autonomy to join or not, right?
You saw my comment and felt that
you had the autonomy to join or not.
Of course, like you had the autonomy to invite me, correct?
Yeah, correct. Because I get involved. You're the one saying You shouldn't get involved in other people's stuff. Aren't you getting involved in my stuff right now?
I sure am, because you invited me.
Okay, so then you're pro involving yourself.
Yeah, but not in whatever specific drama you're talking about now with Dan.
I'm
So
sorry, are
if you
you
want to call it
shivering in your
provoking,
are you shivering in your bones? What is that? Jiggling.
what are you talking about? Oh,
Some
sorry,
weird
I'm walking.
jiggling.
I'm out for a jog, so.
You're not outside.
Yes, I am.
You just got up off of a bed. We heard the spring.
Nope.
Great, turn on your camera.
No thanks, bud.
Does anyone in here believe that he's outside jogging?
To show my face.
You don't have to show your face. Show me you're outside. We just heard you move, bro.
Okay, what is this weird obsession? We're having a specific conversation.
Because you're a liar. I don't like liars.
Mm-hmm.
You're a liar. We just heard you
What
move
am I right about?
on whatever couch or whatever bed you're on. We just heard you do that.
I will say
You
I
just
am
did it
jogging
again.
I'm in the nice weather of Spain.
No, you're not.
Oh, yes, I am. It's 10:37 a.m. right now.
Great. Turn on your camera and show me.
Hard pass, bud.
Okay, so you're a liar. Okay, so continue.
I mean, that's your opinion, but it's okay.
It's not my opinion.
Yep.
Or
Anything
if
else?
it's my opinion, it's an opinion based upon a lot of facts, a lot of supporting facts. Is there
Yeah, you
anyone
sure
else
know
who
your
you think I should not have involved myself in? Anyone else you think I've wronged?
Why do you keep going to specifics? I just don't like.
So
when
then you
people
agree
involve
that me
themselves.
calling out people is a good thing?
Generally, it could be, yeah.
I didn't ask
You're
if
right
it
about
could
it.
be. I'm not living in a hypothetical dream. I'm asking you about
Every
reality.
situation is different. You ask a vague question like that, I'm going to give you a vague answer.
Great. So why don't you give me a very specific one?
Give me an example. What situation have you
You're
been
the
involved
one
in?
saying that what I do is negative. So
Generally
why don't you give me
so.
a specific example of it being negative? Who is it you
Holy
don't
shit.
think I should have talked to or talked
We're
on?
going in circles.
We're going in circles because you're too much of a pussy to answer my very clear question. Who or what
nice.
time
Nice
will
terminology.
give me an instance where I've interfered when I shouldn't have?
So let me ask you this, and it'll be a response to your question. Were you at any point involved in the situation at all? This one right
In
now,
this
the one that you
situation,
have
no.
your background thing.
None. I went live because I thought the live that Dan was playing was really interesting to listen to, and I was learning from it. And I thought, why am I doing this by myself while I'm at home recovering? Why don't I allow everyone else to also avail of this? So I went live for everyone else to listen in a
So
positive
like a
way.
watch party.
At first, it started positive.
So just a watch party then. That's fine.
Yeah, it was a watch party in support because I was like, oh, I really like this conversation.
Then what was the turning point for you, for Dan?
The turning point was when people were asking Dan over and over again, where's the evidence of the bullying? Where's the evidence of harassment? And he wasn't providing it. That was a bit of an issue. Then I saw him play a video of Alina where Alina specifically said, I did not get any hate DMs. And he lied and misrepresented what she said as saying, that's proof Alina got zero harassment. That's not what Alina said. She said that in all the different ways of being harassed, she didn't get harassed in her DMs. She could have gotten comments on her videos. She could have gotten comments in lives. She could have gotten DMs sent to her from other people. There's many other ways that she could have gotten hate. And when I saw him mischaracterize what it is she had said, that was a red flag. That was a huge red flag to me. And then when I saw that he heard someone was on a live talking about him, he was very defensive straight away. He assumed they were talking shit, which was not the case. I literally had a conversation with him while I was live where I said, dude, I'm neutral. Keep doing what you're doing. I'm enjoying this. I was fully neutral at that point. But he was defensive from the get. And then everyone in his comments was saying all this negative stuff about me, which I don't care about. But I thought it was
I'll back you
weird
up
that
on
he
this
had a
one.
problem with Alina saying, ooh, and you're performative. But he had no problem with all these people in the comments saying stuff about me when he knows nothing about me. I thought that seems a little hypocritical. And that made me start thinking, this is not about principle for him. It's about ego. That was the turning point for me.
I will kind of back you up in the situation where, like, the second
I don't
pop
need
into
you
a
to
chat,
back me up. Your
people-
morals are not something that I ascribe to or
All right,
aspire
then.
to.
Great. Good thing morality is subjective. Anyway, I was about to say is I do back you up in the sense that when you join a chat, people tend to react negatively to you. I get that. I
And I
understand
don't
that.
care about it.
And it's not warranted.
I don't care about it. I'm not complaining about it. What I'm saying is it showed an
I know.
inconsistency that he seems to have no problem with his community talking shit on people. But when someone says anything negative about him, they're attacking him and he has to have a 7-hour live. That's a red flag.
I'm curious though. What was the talking shit of his community towards the other community?
The three things I asked him multiple times, his evidence for Alina and her community attacking him was A, she said the word ooh when he sent a raid to the live that she was in. Mind you, this was 48 hours after Alina and him had not had a good live together. And 48 hours after Alina had called out, hey, Dan, you don't even send raids to black women, and you should. And so when she did that, she perceived it as performative, which I think is a valid, she may have been wrong, but it was a valid interpretation of what happened, that it seemed performative.
Yeah,
that,
I understand that because she had no
so
knowledge
she
prior
said,
to what.
ooh, and then she said to someone, or to Dan's mod, go back to your performative bubble, something like that. And then she said to Dan, you're not welcome here. That was that was the entirety of his evidence for why he felt valid, because he said the entire live, he was very explicit. The entire live was based upon him protecting his community. He could not have been more clear about that. He said, I'm not doing this for me. I'm not doing this to clear my name. I'm not doing this for anything. I'm doing this because when you attack my community, I'm going to protect my community. And then his three receipts were the words, ooh, performative bubble, and you're not welcome here.
Okay, so I am getting the bigger picture now. So when Dan raided Erica's live on a recommendation of his chat, Lena thought it was a performative thing. I get that now.
Well, do you also know the further context? The further context that Dan barely knew who Erica was, that Alina was the one who had literally brought up Erica's name to Dan 2 days prior, that Dan then turned on his secondary device, saw that she was up, and saw that Erica was using a filter, a pickle filter or something.
Yeah, the pickle dance.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then, in my opinion, I didn't like the way he laughed. And then he was like, oh, you all need to see this. I personally would have the self-awareness to be like, I don't want to put a black woman's face on my screen to have my chat laugh at them. I would have personally had that self-reflection. Sorry?
I would think like a bunch of filters on a live of people doing pickle dancing would be funny, right? Like I don't think they're laughing.
It would be, but again, I would think and recognize the dynamics. I would stop and realize that it may not be good dynamics for me, a white man, which he's white presenting, for a white dude to hold up, hey, here's this black woman I barely know. Look at how funny she is, dancing in her pickle costume. I don't think that's a good thing to do. I think it would be wise not to. I'm not saying he's hateful for doing it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that makes him a racist. I'm not saying that shows he's a hateful person. I'm just saying I would have stopped and realized, you know what? I should not do that. That's all I'm saying.
Like I get that.
And when he saw that, there's no question he knew Alina was there. And he should have also had the self-awareness that when she was saying, hey, you should direct people to more black women's lives, she didn't mean pick one out of a fucking hat.
Yeah, I get that. But what I would recommend, Dan, is if you wanted to raid Erica, keep his name out of it, especially if he sees Alina there. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, but
like, raiding is good. Giving support to like black creators is good, I would say.
I agree with that as well. But that's not the problem. The problem was he thought that Alina was attacking him for saying, ooh, performative bubble, you're not welcome here, and held a 7-hour live. Let me be super clear, right? He is very much giving the idea, I don't see color, I don't see gender, right? And I understand where he's coming from. But on the flip side, I do call out lives, as you're aware. There have been lots of times that I've been asked to call out women or people from marginalized communities, and I usually don't. And I don't because I give a lot more leeway for someone who's from a marginalized community when they do something wrong, because I'm going to assume that they're in good faith. Because as someone from a marginalized community, you're less likely to have this sort of hatred or this sort of contempt that to me I would ordinarily concern myself with, right? And so when
Sure.
someone who is from a marginalized community fucks up a little bit in a way that like maybe enough, but like it's on the edge, because they're part of a marginalized community, I just think there's bigger fish to fry. And he didn't have that self-awareness. Alina,
You know
get
what?
the fuck away from my AI live summary. That is mine. And so he
So
didn't have that awareness. He didn't think about the fact that his 7-hour live with his 100,000 followers, because there was hundreds of people watching his live, he didn't have the self-awareness that he now, at least to some degree, is putting a target on Alina. And that may be too harsh a word, but he's certainly tearing down a woman's platform. And again, Alina's platform hates me. I don't go on Alina's platform. Her platform hates me. But I would not want to denigrate her platform. I would not want her platform to be marginalized or silenced. And that's what he did for 7 hours today. Which
look,
to me
I get
proved he
that.
was a misogynist.
So, like, look, I don't pick sides usually, and I have my criticisms of you, but I also have my praise of you for certain situations. That being said, like, from what you've told me and from what I've seen, this stems from like a poor situation that ended up in a poor way to raid, that ended up into somebody not liking somebody else, saying a comment in the chat, and then it just blew up from there, from their communities and from the creators. Am I wrong on that?
Are you a white guy?
No,
What are you?
I'm biracial, but I'm
Are you
like
white
friends.
presenting?
No.
Okay. So I would say that the way that you characterize that is problematic because it is not recognizing the harm that could be done. Okay. And guys, I know the words he's using, but I'm not going to, if someone wants to come up after, that's fine. Alina's platform and her community does not like me. They do not center men. And I think generally speaking, they don't trust men. I don't like that. That's not fun for me, right? But I fully understand why her platform has great utility. And I fully understand why that platform exists, right? And I would never want to harm that. And I think that when she goes live and she has opinions about people, it probably does some harm in the sense that Alina, I have no doubt, although Alina, like in the comments, is saying stuff, I have no doubt at some point Alina will turn on me. I have no doubt about that. I really don't. And at some point, Alina will host a live or be on a live and she'll say derogatory shit about me. And I'm going to move on with my life because due to her being a woman, her comments likely aren't going to hurt me. They're just not going to have the same sort of impact. And it's due to misogyny. Because the truth is, men aren't going to be listening to her lives. So the male community isn't going to come after me in any way. And the male community is the most vile in terms of like hate comments and harassment. And it's not going to do a lot. Dan's community, different. Dan having a beef with Alina and calling out Alina has a lot more power. And I'm sure that's maybe infantilizing Alina, but I think it's just the dynamics of a white presenting dude talking about a woman. And I think the fact that you're characterizing it like, hey, it's just two people with two different beefs. Personally, I think when you've got a white presenting dude basically saying, and he did say, Alina is a liar. He did say Alina's platform and community attacks people, including himself. And in that way, he has visited hatred towards someone in a marginalized community. And so I don't think it's just two people have a beef. I think it was maybe a beef in the beginning, but he escalated it. And that was not, and I'm not saying he's an evil for that, but he's not even recognizing that. And that's a problem. That shows, if someone went around now saying that he's not safe for women, I would understand that. There's loads of people who go around saying I'm not safe for women. I don't agree with them, but I understand it.
You know what? I don't totally disagree.
Is that another way of saying you kind of agree?
I mean, yeah, technically.
Well, that's why I call this shit out.
You know, like at the end of the day, I think like we should, like everybody should be responsible for themselves and especially their community. Like that's just basically it. Like 1000% that.
Okay. I mean, that's all this has all been about. That's it.
Yeah. Like again, I don't have any issues with Dan or you.
I didn't
or
say you
Alina.
got issues with Dan. You definitely have issues with me.
I mean, yeah, for different things, but it's like not enough to like hate you or block you or like roast you.
I don't care your opinion of me. I'm just curious your opinion. That's why I was asking you what it is, but you won't share it, which is fine. I'm not going to get blood out of a stone at this point.
That wasn't the point. But yeah, like again, I generally disagree with you. Agree with you on some things, disagree with you on other things. We don't need to get into it. But this situation, I can get your perspective. And I actually do agree for the most part, like everything you said.
Do you think it's possible maybe you would agree with me a lot more of the time if you had an actual conversation instead of judging me off a 2-minute clip? Just throwing it out there.
2-minute clip? What? Huh?
Whatever it is you've prejudged me on or judged me on in the past, perhaps like ask me why I was doing it. Because Peterson, you apparently didn't know all that. Do you know that he's literally, well, I'm not going to get into that.
I'll tell you this. I was in that server. I was also, I believe, it was mutuals with you or DMs with you, or friends with you at one point. And they actually removed me from the server because I was friends with you because I saw that I had mutual friends. But again, like I don't like Peterson. Like he has his own things going on. Like I don't really watch his lives that much anymore because it's he's an odd person. But no, like yeah, I get it. That situation, given Peterson's character, I could see it's possible.
Look, Dan calls himself the receipt king. Yeah, no shit. I'm keenly aware that you were in Peterson's server making fun of me as I was trying to expose what Peterson was doing that was wrong.
I have not said a single thing on that server. I'm a lurker on the server, so
I'm sorry. Are you not Synip?
Who's that? No?
That's not you?
Silencio, no? Oh, wait, no, yeah, no. At least it's Synip. I had to scroll up the chat away. Yeah, that's me.
You didn't say a single thing about me. What do you... Take a wild guess. What do you think that hat... What do you think that hat is in reference to?
Can you scroll down more?
Okay, my receipts are good. They're not that good. But they were good enough that I got screenshots of you during that time.
And have I said anything negative, or did I just post a picture?
Let me find. Give me a sec. Sure. Here you are talking to a pedophile. An actual pedophile. A reported to the FBI pedophile. Give me one moment. A person who I exposed as a pedophile. A reported to the FBI pedophile. Give me one moment. A person who I exposed as a pedophile and who you all tried to, not you specifically.
No, because if I don't recognize the name, then I wasn't aware. So I'll let you know that right now.
Not you specifically.
No, because if I don't recognize the name, then I wasn't aware. So I'll let you know that right now.
Well, that's because you latched hands with a disgusting person and you just assumed he was right. My receipts are with a disgusting person and you just assumed he was right. My receipts are...
That much. His character's kind of weird, but like the server is generally fine until that situation. I got booted anyway, and I have no intention of joining back.
I mean, when you say the
server is generally fine until that situation. I got booted anyway, and I have no intention of joining back.
I mean, when you say the server was generally fine, did you know there were minors in the server?
After the situation, yes.
Okay, I remember I got booted around that time. So here is Paleo, who is a pedophile. This is Paleo, who went on to Telegram in order to solicit CP. Here's Paleo saying Irish is committing crimes right now. Rampaging Reaper says someone get Irish. And then you say, I'm sure him, meaning Irish, or his buddies are in here lurking right now.
Yeah, that's not unreasonable to say. I had no idea about paleo. Like, I had no idea that situation. It'd be